Hello, 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 and greetings, fellow adventurers of Vera. Welcome to the Golden Feather Tavern. We are Vertec and TP, keepers of this fine establishment. And today, the tavern has opened its doors and set its tables to welcome some fantastic and fun-loving members of the Ashes of Creation Artisan community. So, pull up a chair, grab a nice tankard of ale, mead, hot chocolate, or any other delicious beverage of choice, and join us in today's discussions. Today is the 6th of December 2025, and we are on TGF Tavern's Artisan Summit number 001. So what does the tavern have on tap today, you ask? Well, let me tell you. Today we'll be hearing discussions from 8 different master artisans in the Ashes of Creation community, some of which may be representing a brand, channel, guild, or any other community with multiple members. Today, the day will be divided into 2 segments with a 30-minute intermission between each. During the first segment, 3 questions will be asked, as chosen by our guests from a list they provided. Once a guest presents their question, each other guest will take some time to give their opinions or facts on the matter. After all the 3 have been answered by each person, we'll move on to a 10-minute open discussion on whichever was voted the most popular by our guests. You may also notice that we have a channel point redeem called Submit a Question. This is where you, the viewers, can become directly involved in today's topics. Don't worry, our trusty barback will remind you about it from time to time. So click that redeem, add your question, and we'll include it on a poll. This poll will be sent out later in the stream, and you can decide which question you would like to hear our guests discuss. The discussion of viewer-chosen questions. Sorry, I read Sirkson's comment. Got me chuckling.
Focus.
Yeah, focus. Yeah, so click the thing, submit a question. It'll be on a poll. The discussion of viewer-chosen questions will start at the number 1 rated question and work our way down the list as each discussion is exhausted. This will be about a 20-minute block of time, and you can change your vote at any time before this deeper discussion happens. Don't be shy. Vote early, vote often. And after that, we're going to take a 30-minute break to stretch our legs, grab snacks, and refill waters. This will be at about 5:50 p.m. Eastern. And then the second segment will mirror the first in every way. So be ready to submit some new questions, vote on them, and get ready to hear what's going on there. Those not chosen in the first segment, by the way, will be moved on to the voting round of the second segment. So if you don't get yours asked the first time around, maybe it'll pop up again. No need to submit it a second time.
Absolutely. And due to the time constraints, we may not be interacting as much verbally with everyone, but we will be interacting with chat a lot in the chat. So do feel free to engage with us and understand that our responses may be mostly in text. We want to be respectful of everyone's time and voice by not talking over each other or interrupting anybody. So now that our introductions of our event and ourselves have been completed, let's meet our guest, and please tell everyone who joining us who you are, a little bit about yourself and your artisan experience. And Bouncer, can we please start with you?
Sure thing. Hi all, thank you for having me here. My name is Bounce and I'm here to represent the Artisans of Vera, coming from Dynasty and Phase 1, eventually joining up and leading Aura's crafting division. I have some great minds behind me helping me in these endeavors, and I hope today we can get into the nitty-gritty of all things Artisan.
Erwin?
Member to the win. I go by Erwin or Trick in game. I've had a hand in almost every artisan that this game has to offer so far. And then my primaries have been essentially every single gathering there is, weaving, tailoring, and dabbling in a few of the others.
Idunn?
Hi, I'm Idunn. I'm very new to MMOs. This is really my first one, so I don't have any other experience behind that. So that's kind of where my perspective is coming from. As for artisanship, in this, one day I will build a boat and it will be glorious. But until then, I just like hanging out with my guilds and helping where I can and learning all the wonderful things.
Looking forward to this glorious sea vessel.
Yes.
Yeah, one day it shall be glorious.
Pawkets? Oh, you are muted, I think. I do not hear you. One
My
second.
bad. I have to push the button. Sorry. I'm not used to speaking on Discord for this. I'm used to talking just my microphone. I'm Pawkets. I'm from Suspect. I'm the Artisan lead. I was the Artisan lead for 2.5 in Phase 3. We are a mercenary guild, but we're looking to do that mostly at launch. For right now, probably the most active mercenary work that we will do is through our artisans. I'm responsible for organizing the artisans and getting in line to like which people are going to be pushed forward in it. I plan on being a double grandmaster processor at launch.
Nice.
I tend to do a lot of different things, but I never touch crafting. I do all the gathering and processing, so I never have to do crafting myself.
Okay. SirJunior.
Hey guys, I'm SirJunior from Orion's Order. I have played all 3 phases of Ashes of Creation. Phase 1 I didn't play it at the end. Phase 2 I did caravans only. And Phase 3 I decided to be every single artisan. So I was a journeyman or higher in every artisan, so I know a little bit about everything. I prefer carpenter and weaponsmith the most. I wasn't a journeyman in gathering. I hardly gathered. You would only see me in town. If merchanting was a artisan, that's what I would be.
Very fair. SpaceCoconut.
Let me see. I am SpaceCoconut. I've done the alpha since alpha 2, I think, the one that we did there. And I've really just focused on artisanship and gathering, processing, crafting, and that. And it's kind of just the thing I enjoy the most out of any game that I play. So I have a touch of autism, according to my wife. So I find the most efficient way to do things. And that's kind of my goal in Ashes, is to find the fastest path to whatever it is that I'm trying to do. And it's fun.
TideTactics. Or sorry. Yeah, it's TideTactics.
Hi, everybody. My name is TideTactics. I'm representing Axiom. I'm a strategy game streamer, looking to stream Ashes in early access. My artisan background is in Star Wars Galaxy, WoW, ArcAge, and FF14. I joined the Ashes community in Alpha 2 and am the production chief for Axiom Logistics Division, overseeing about 40 to 50 artisans in our community. One of my tags in the Axiom community is Master of Threads, both based on my commission crafting and guild contracting. The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I've done a bag or shirt commissions for several members of the communities that are represented here today.
Awesome. And last but certainly not least, Yokai.
Hello, Yokai Theater here. I am probably, besides Chipper and Vertex, probably one of the older members of the community here. I've been here since all the way back at the Kickstarter. I had come from a wide variety of games, craft, survivals, like tons of PvP MMOs, tons of PvE MMOs. I have a wide variety of kind of experience in that kind of field. I even make games myself. I'm a small content creator for Ashes of Creation, and I used to be the lead crafting person over Envious, but now I'm with Polar, and I'm one of their main crafters. So that's kind of where my experience is.
Very fair. All right. With all of that out of the way, I wanted to start us off. So for those of you that are joining us perhaps for the first time during one of our summits, Vertec and I will not be giving our thoughts on this too much. We might interject a little bit towards the end, but primarily we are here to give it direction and to coordinate everything. So like every summit, we like to ask our own question before we ask their questions. So from TGF, what is your most favorite or least favorite change so far in Alpha 2 in regards to the artisanship? And Bouncer, please start us off for this.
My biggest issue with the current state of artisanship would be that all items dropped completely undermine any crafter's ability to effectively market themselves before the designated crafting benches come up towards endgame. This also completely makes all graded crafting under the max item level useless to crafts, unless you are gearing an alt for speed leveling at a later date. I have a couple effective fixes for this. The one that I've posted in the main the main Ashes Discord would be reduced power suffix items that can be later be combined with multiples of like items when the corresponding crafting station comes online.
Very nice. Erwin.
I would say my least favorite is how fast all the settlements were put up, or at least the initial settlements were put up, and the issues with the settlements in the surrounding areas not coming up, at their designated marker or percentage when they were expected. This, impacted a lot of the gameplay, a lot of the craft ability, especially with the subsets of items that are restricted or limited down to their area of influence.
Yeah, that's fair. Idunn?
I have to start this off with I really started playing in phase 3 for reals. So this opinion comes more from my guild, but it was definitely the quantity of materials and the cost to make things towards the end, which I have heard is changing in the PTR, but I know that was a big gripe, at least for me, and my suffering with trying to level up my alchemy and my scribing. That was not fun.
Fair. Pawkets?
This actually is something that I tend to repeat pretty frequently. Is I really want to see what their overall intent is, and I need to wait till it gets closer to the end, like closer to launch. There are systems that they have changed that I felt that I did not like, but then I realized were something that they were addressing an issue that the community had presented. And like, for instance, with going into phase 3, the idea of like the crafting costs being so expensive to process and things like that. At first, I had hated that change because I'm a processor. I didn't want to spend all my money. Mm-hmm. Then the more I looked at it, I'm like, well, no, I can see where they implemented this as a reflection of what the community was asking for. And so a lot of times I need to wait, and I need to be patient. I need to kind of understand what their overall intent is. And so like, it's something that like, some things have been my least favorite change, and they've also then became my favorite change. And so I don't know is the answer to this part.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's fair. Space?
Let's see. So the speed of leveling combined with drop rates was what made it made crafters suffer a great deal of loss for what they were doing. The Hawkbow farm was the easy example that I can use right now. It's a great bow, and I didn't need to craft anything after I got it for the rest of the phase. I think even at the wipe, that's what I had in my slot. I don't like the speed of leveling as it pertains to what people need to be crafted, because they outlevel it too quickly. I don't know how that looks in the PTR because they keep wiping it really quickly, but that's kind of what I think on that. But in line with what Pawkets just said, we have to wait and see how these things actually work in practice. And then after that, we can go in and make they can go in and make small adjustments and go from there. Because if we completely change the system before it has a chance to try and work, then we're going to spend a lot of time. They're going to spend a lot of time making new things that are just as broken. And there's a balance to be made here.
Yeah, very fair. SirJunior?
If I had to say what the biggest issue with the current state of the Artisanship was, is how much it was it costs for the tier 3 weapons to create. There was no reason to create a common tier 3 weapon because it costs the same as making a legendary tier 3 weapon. Everything I talk about is going to be on a merchant / artisanship perspective. And through the merchant side, it was cost efficient if I only made epic or legendary tier 3 weapons or items. If you create a common or uncommon weapon or item, it costs the same amount to make that item. The only difference is the mat. So I suggest them trying to change some way. If you create a tier 3 weapon that's common or uncommon, it would be cheaper. So it can entice people to make lower value items for the community. Because I was only selling to people that had gold. You're not going to be able to buy a 300, 400 gold item when it costs me 250 gold to make. Now, if it costs less for a common or uncommon item, I would sell something cheaper. That way I would be able to make something for everyone to use. And that's the biggest problem I had with the current state.
Very fair. TideTactics.
As what Pawkets was referring to about the wait and see protocol, but the biggest thing here is that something that's been discussed, at least among the logistics division group that I am a part of, is that we think that the costs that they currently have for level 25 stuff is essentially what the cost will be at the high end for level 50, and they're simply giving it to us ahead of time. And they're showing like, this is the type of grind that you'll have to do at level 50 materials. This is what the top, since they're trying to simulate in-game right now, like as you can see with the incursions and stuff, the harbingers that we're dealing with, they're simulating in-game ahead of time. So that's why there's such massive material costs for level 25s, because they're doing early simulations. So what we see now for like novice and apprentice and for journeyman, once grandmaster opens up, grandmaster opens up and master opens up, like master crafting, those costs will be shifted down. So essentially that 1300 material block that you need to craft this ridiculous weapon, that will be what you need at grandmaster. And then all the way at novice, it'll be like you need like half of what you need now. So it would be like you need like 8 materials to make a novice weapon, and it would just be 8 easy materials to do that. And then at apprentice, it would go into 16, and then journeyman, it'll be at like 32, and then it'll just keep scaling up like that all the way up. That's what I think is. So I think the wait and see is unfortunately where we're stuck at right now.
Very
see
fair.
if that actually pans.
You okay?
In terms of least favorite and favorite things, I'll go start with my favorite things. I think my favorite things that they've added in the alpha have been the caravans, the crates, and like in the PTR, the fishing. I think these are all great things that just add so many different layers to the game, and all kinds of new content and promote a bunch of new stuff and different kind of things. In terms of least favorite, I echo what Coconut said. My least favorite thing, and I'm going to say this more as one of our later topics, is the irrelevance of kind of where crafting is, and like how players just massively outlevel basically all forms of content that's in the game, and everything else in the game, Artisan nodes, like literally everything has to play catch up to where the player is. So yeah.
Very fair. All right. Well, we are going to go ahead and move on into Idunn's first question, the official first question of the Artisan Summit. And just as a reminder, you can submit your question anytime at all with the Submit a Question redeem on Twitch. And our handy dandy barback will take that and put it in a nice little spot for me to grab that later. So, Idunn, please take it away.
feel like we just talked about this question, but we can talk more
Kind of.
about it.
Yeah.
What is your biggest issue with the current state of artisanship? I've seen and personally experienced / listening to everyone really talk about it. It doesn't feel good to be an artisan. It doesn't feel rewarding to be an artisan, especially when gear drops. Why would I do that thing? Like I know for me personally, with the scribe scrolls, why would I get you an XP scroll when you can just do commissions for 5 minutes and you've already got 30 of them? Now, obviously, there are better numbers and rates for things, but why would I spend the extra time that I don't have to play doing something that you can already get without me? I think one side and the second side of that is I have heard that they are making that better. I've heard about the Destiny system that's in the PTR, and it kind of sounds like they're starting to merge the two together finally, of like, oh, here's what you can get out in the world, and here's where artisans are important. But being that I have no other MMO experience to put behind this, I'm very interested in what the rest of you have to say, especially those of you that have been testing Ashes for so very long.
Yes. All right. So, Pawkets, if you could please answer, we'll go in order from there.
As a processor, I mentioned this in the chat. As a processor, especially in phase 3, there were times that people would bring me materials and be like, here's a whole bunch of common daffodils. And I'm like, okay, I'll just put those away in the vendor and get rid of them, because I'm not wasting my money on common materials. I'm probably not wasting my money on uncommon materials. Give me heroic or rare or better, and I might think about processing for XP. And then when it came to the crafters, they didn't care because they got no benefit XP. I actually think that they should invert what they had for gatherers. Gatherers should not actually get any extra benefit for finding like an epic or legendary if the crafters get nothing for it. If they both get it, that's what I would actually prefer. And so I don't like that crafters are like making 300 of a particular item just a vendor, and it doesn't matter that they're common or uncommon. They don't care because they don't get anything different for it. And so I actually would like to see that XP change for the crafters specifically, because I want to make their life feel a little bit better. And I think it should be more in line with the processors and the gatherers. It would be my take on it. One thing that we talked about is having potentially, like, once you make lower level items, be able to run those in crates and put to crate them up and then move them around. That way there is a use for those low level materials that you did. I would also like to see that, like, as you progress your skill, you actually get a kickback. So like if I'm a grandmaster, I actually get something out of it. Like I'm processing, I might actually on a process actually remove like 20 minutes worth of time because I have a proc on that. I would like to see more of those kind of things that kind of help out the artisans in some way.
Right. All right, Coconut.
My biggest issue was okay, so like during the actual testing, my biggest issue was the hunting animal carcasses because of how those carcasses affected the quality of gear, but you couldn't how it affected the quality of gear, and you couldn't get a carcass that was higher than rare, like at legendary rarity. It was really, really rare to see something that quality, but in the PTR that changed. You can get higher quality carcasses pretty regularly, and even during the test, people were getting legendary carcasses. On that same line, the other thing that I was having problems with was the value of crafted gear didn't match how much players were willing to spend on it. You had all of the copper and all of the stuff and all the processing fees tied into that one piece of gear, and somebody wanting to buy that piece of gear wasn't willing to pay, 5-15 gold for an uncommon sword that was crafted. But because of the recipe changes in the PTR, that changed. And so I'm not quite sure how many of our concerns are going to be the same once early access hits.
Right. All right, SirJunior.
Okay, so I kind of answered this the last question, so I'm gonna answer the least favorite thing change so far in Alpha 2, and it was the drops. I was forced to become an artisan. I only used to hunt and sell items that I got in game, and this time around they made it impossible. It took me 3 months to be able to craft all the things I needed to solo Steel Bloom on top, and that's when I was able to start hunting 10 hours a day and make 900, 1,000 gold and progress through there. And that was my least favorite thing about the game, because the artisan ship there, the way they have everything, it takes so much work just to make one item. And if you don't make it on a high rarity, it's not worth it. And I'm hoping they bring that change to the next phase in Steam, because everyone, especially new players, they're not going to be able to get those high value items. And I want to be able to sell those items to people at a lower rate. And if I don't have to be an artisan and I can go out and hunt and sell those type of items at a cheaper rate, because something that I find, I'm able to sell cheaper than something that I make that I have to purchase the items for. Because I don't gather. I would always buy out all the common copper, all the common items every single day needed to craft certain items. And yeah, that's the least favorite part I didn't like about the Alpha 2.
Tide?
Okay. Well, I'm sure a lot of people are at least happy about one of my least favorite things, my biggest issues, but before the most recent PTR happened, was fuel. They took care of that. It has been kicked out. We don't have to deal with that anymore. But now the vendor mats that you have to buy to process things and to craft things, that is one of those things where I look at it like I know this is going to make me look like I'm just theorizing and reading into their production process, because at one point Steven said that byproducts from gathering would be used into processing. So just using weaving as an example, you would need an item called draw twine, and that looks like it's the icon for it literally looks like something you would get out of a plant after you're done harvesting. So I think the stuff that's on the vendors is just their precursor to us actually gathering our own processing material. It's one of those things where like they don't have the system, but they need to have it in there to start working on it. So it looks and feels like they're just kind of chaining placeholders together to get one thing, to at least get a look at it. Like, yeah. We play a lot of theoretical in Axiom. There's a lot of stuff that we try to pre-plan for, especially with the Harbinger system and stuff coming up. Not how that's going to affect artisanship on a major, massive level. So, but biggest issue is the having to buy stuff from the vendors and how that's going to change.
Very fair. Yokai?
TideTactics, did you drink? So, I'm gonna sound like a broken record here. I can already tell. I don't like how irrelevant crafting, how honestly irrelevant crafting is. Like, crafting doesn't become useful or relevant until end game. Honest to God, they've added back in where you can go to a vendor and buy consumables. You can buy scrolls. You can buy like potions, food, all that stuff. That makes like those crafting benches and the crafting professions irrelevant. I don't like how mobs fucking drop gear that you like that keep people relevant to the levels and grinds and stuff like that. But because like once we're 50, you're gonna be just grinding out that stuff and going, and crafting's not gonna be able to keep up with you. It's gonna be months. We're 25 only, and it takes months for crafting to catch up to that. Imagine what we're gonna do when the level cap is 50. like processing stations. You're babysitting the processing station. Like, it's a major problem. Like, I have suggestions and solutions for it, like the Destiny system as well. Destiny system, I love the idea of it, but like it gives you gear that you can just use to jumpstart your path into the thing. Like crafting is, there's no point in crafting until in game. Like crafting is just a gigantic money sink for people that want to do that kind of content until max level entirely. And then the drops as well. Like I know the guy with Tunetank is left, but like drops, people get drops of legendary, like rares, epics, heroics, legendaries. Like it's absurd.
Yeah. Bouncer.
So some of the problems that Yokai just listed and Pawkets and SirJunior were all talking about is so true. Like anything that's dropped is just completely bypassing any type of crafter that is trying to push into that field. And people on the drop market, things are getting listed at 5 gold, 10 gold, maybe even 25 gold in the very beginning of the game. It takes 5, 10, 15 gold to even start crafting some of those items. And then once you're pushing into like apprentice and the higher levels and whatnot, you're spending 300 gold to craft these items to only then try to sell it for 5 to 10 gold that people are getting drops from. It's just not fair to the entire artisan community in this aspect. That's my biggest concern with this game going forward. If they don't address this issue, and it's just going to be a wash. People are just only going to push to max level and then wait months and months until the crafting comes up. But by then, all of the competitive PvPers will have already left the game because there's nothing for them to do, and it'll be a dead game.
Mm-hmm. Right there. Erwin?
I would say, and I understand that it is the alpha, its incompleteness, but also the checks and balances, the QA that needed to be done or should have been done on these types of things. Crafting a mob drop item requires less materials to make a higher quality to attain that item. Example, SpaceCoconut said earlier, the Hawkbow farm, but my example in this one is the Goblin Skin Stripper. You know, you get Gobol's Blade. This is one of the, kind of like up and coming items before you hit max level. You get that item and then one legendary basalt weapon mold, and then the rest could be common, and you already have a heroic Goblin Skin Stripper. And it just offset the thing. I know somebody that's all that he would do is farm that item, craft it, and then sell it for 25, 35 gold. And then it, started going down as people started getting these. But to me, that was a ridiculous avenue. I'm like, I'm going to go farm this blue item. And then maybe that's why it was, because it was a dropped item, but it was blue. But then having a legendary mold in there, the balance or the weight of each craftable material that's going into it does need a second look. And I'm hoping we see that on the 11th. But to me, that's what really offset the state of artisanship for me.
Yeah, that's fair. We are going to go ahead and move on to Pawkets' question. So Pawkets, go ahead and read it out and give us your answer.
And real quick, before you go there, I noticed that we're going to have limited verbal interaction, but thank you so much, everybody, for the subs. Like, you do too much. You do too much, but we really appreciate it.
You guys are so sweet right now. Cheers.
Killing it and cheers.
Always glad to see that. All right. My question is, with animal husbandry being such an extensive artisan, what hopes do you have for other artisan skills that will help you avoid them feeling lackluster in comparison? And part of the reason why I asked this question is I had a thought with like farming. I come from Nebraska. We farmland all over the place. And one thing that you'll see is you'll have different crop rotations. And so rather than just like in the game, rather than like I'm thinking like phase 2 when everybody wanted linen for leveling out your tailors, rather than just farming linen, I am corn raised, yes. Instead of just farming linen, you would have to throw in a different crop rotation into that would allow for different bonus quantities and stuff. And so like you could actually almost play it like a small little mini game as well. I'm curious about like what things they can kind of do for that sort of thing. I'm also really interested to see what the second and third gathering types for all the other ones would kind of do to help incentivize people to lean away from maybe just like, and already you have a disincentivization with the animal husbandry because of how much it costs. However, I would like to see that there's some like benefits to doing some of the other ones that people are like, no, I kind of want to do this as well. I'm really curious to see how like, you know, panning with the mining would work and stuff like that.
Okay, then Space, go first, and then we'll go around from there.
Alrighty. Don't worry, I'm still here. My camera is just wigging out, so I'm just going to be a static face. But animal husbandry, it's their goal is to make it so you can breed other animals, and you know it's going to be this huge, wide system. But I don't think it's really a good idea or it's fair to compare that system in particular to other crafting skills, because you can't really make a mini game like that for weaponsmithing or armor smithing. You're not going to get the same level of depth. We could have, but I think they changed it at some point. But I think if they were going to implement something like that to make the crafting system more extensive in the way that animal husbandry will be, their only pathway to do that would be by allowing players to create or craft skins for weapons. So this was another thought that I had when it came to named monsters. Like, I hate the idea of going to a named monster to find this weapon, like the Goblin Blade, right? I hate that. I hate that you go to one monster, you get that weapon, and that's the weapon you use. But instead, what if you went to that goblin just for the weapon skin? What if you farmed the piece and you created the skin for the weapon while, you know, the weapon's functionality was the same? If weaponsmiths, armorsmiths, gearsmiths, whatever, could create skins, I think that would add the level of customization. I'm not sure what word I want to use here. The level of depth that animal husbandry is going to be having.
Yeah. SirJunior?
Well, I have a love-hate relationship with animal husbandry. It just costs too damn much, and you don't make any money off of it. Or at least I didn't. As soon as I got the pride, I was done. Yeah, and that's the only thing I did animal husbandry for. I thought I could make money, but I lost about 500-600 gold gambling off of mounts, which I won't be doing next phase. Now, as for all the other artisan skills, I believe you can use for dismantling equipment. So we do have something a little extensive, but they can do a little bit more. All I was doing at the end was creating weapons. I'm hoping that we can have some substats. Like if you have higher quality, maybe you can have a substat on them for armor or weapons. That would make one artisan really high class. So you would only want to go to that artisan. If this artisan can do what, plus 10 strength or plus 10 attack to your weapon, and he's the only one that can do it currently, who are you going to go to? So I want to make it to where, or I want to see it to where more artisan skills are more valuable based on the player and where they went with the artisanship. That would be something good to see.
Mm-hmm. Right, Tide?
Riffing off a bit of what Junior just said, one of the only way for something to even get close to what animal husbandry type of animal husbandry type of extensive would to have to be, the only way they can do that is with the skill tree. That's the only way even to give it a chance at being as intricate. And they would have to make it so that the skill tree has a ridiculous type of depth of choice to where Artisan can't just, essentially you pick where you're going and you have to stick to that. And it gives you a degree of specialization inside of the skill tree to where animal handlers, where you'll either specialize at mounts, mules, either land or gliding, sea or land, or like say with tailors and stuff, you'll specialize in either an armor, clothes, or bag making, and you would have certain lines along that for either higher quality, higher quantity, higher speed for you hunters out there who are racing against other people trying to pet an animal faster. It's just the whole, the thing is, making something as complicated or as extensive as animal husbandry would just require so many additional layers to where I don't know if Intrepid has time anymore. That's the biggest bit, because they're already really slow on getting hunting fixed. We know about the bow that exists according to the data miners, but so we know that hunting's getting there and it'll be changing hopefully soon, but not right away.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You okay?
Animal husbandry being such an extensive artisan skill. I think it's going to get more extensive, right? Like once we get combat pets, like once we get to the point where we are having it to where like, oh, you have your freehold, you can start getting chickens, cows, and animals like that. Yeah, it's going to grow more and more. My hope is that eventually it grows to be a system that's similar to like Ark Survival Evolved with dino breeding, and not like Arcade where you just place down a thing and just kind of like, hey, do my animals breed and stuff like that. How do other artisan classes kind of keep up and stay relevant to that kind of like degree? Or like are they lackluster? I think we can definitely add more to them to make them relevant. I don't feel like they're so behind animal husbandry. Animal husbandry is definitely like the most expensive one. But I would definitely like to see more like mini games or like just more stuff added to them to make like to draw them out and make them more interesting. But I have an answer for that? It would take too long, more than the 40 seconds that I have for each individual one.
All right, so we'll go over to Bouncer.
Other skills being being lackluster in comparison to animal husbandry. With weaponsmithing, personally, as a weaponsmith and an armorsmith myself, not being able to specialize in like, say, the sharpness or the durability, or if something has like a special gear, can't even say the word for it, a special ability at the bottom of it that gives it something that's unique to you being a specific crafter with the artisan skill tree. Other than that, that's the only way to make anything other than animal husbandry super in depth. Going off of like what TideTactics has said and Yokai just now. The only way to fix it being just a click game for us, it has to do something with that.
Yeah. Erwin?
Mine's kind of right up there with what Bouncer said, but I did like his idea of the specialization of the crafter, and being able to add in maybe some stats. It'd be cool to see like crafter-based proc effects, that they could specialize in. But my initial thought on this was to make everything a little bit more viable. Repairs on high-tier weapons, you have a legendary, then only a crafter of that level could repair that weapon, rather than just going to that guide, the normal weapon tier guide to repair it, making it so that someone, I'm sorry, and then I think that this would add repeatable use and create that need to have and maintain that craft, but also not have an in-game crafting die out once max everything is obtained, or if it is ever obtained. Animal husbandry will already have a great amount of reuse and repeatability with the hint of Mount Death that could be a thing, as stated by Steven, I think it was 3 to 5 live streams ago. But, not to mention that during this phase, there was a particular bug that guaranteed output of animal husbandry. Not very many people knew about it, but I was able to repeat, did report, submitted video evidence on it, and I was told that there was a particular meeting based on my stuff that occurred in the back rooms. So, yeah, it was pretty interesting.
All right, Idunn.
I think there's two things going on that everyone has sort of touched on, and I fully agree with. The idea of customization, whether that be an artist can specialize in something, or hey, I have all these rubies, for instance, I can make a fire sword, or whatever it is. I don't know what that means for Ashes, but something like that is wonderful. I know, I think I saw in chat and just generally places that repairs are intended, but I think the customization of repairs of like, oh, I want to go to Bouncer specifically because he has a stat that allows him to repair and put a new slot on my weapon, a new type of feature of why I want to pick that artisan specifically, or whatever, to allow some sort of, yeah, sure, grandmasters, they are what they are, but why would I want to go to anyone else outside of the fact that they're in my guild? Oh, well, I want to do it because they can give me a strength stat. They can give me, whatever that customization looks like. I think the only thing about animal husbandry is, as far as I'm aware, it's not even fully in. Like, what is in right now is just 100% placeholder, which also makes it so hard to be like, this is what I want to do. This is where it would be nice, because we don't even get to see like what they actually want. We just get to hear, no, it's coming, it's okay, just wait a little bit. Which sucks. This is related, unrelated. I saw it in chat at one point. I think the other thing to help with the artisan is figuring out the balance between endgame content and your artisans that are trying to level up and not be out leveled by like, okay, cool, I can make this level 10 thing for you. Oh, the person that requested it is now level 15 to level 20 because they've had time to play while I've been trying to process and craft. So I think it's a combination of all the above, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to take a quick moment to say that it is Steven Shroof's intention to have artisanship be a part of the leveling system, not an end game content item. So for those that are wondering, why is this a concern in the first place? This is why. It's because we are wanting to ensure that it feels good all the way through and it doesn't become just an end game item. And not to mention, the faster people get geared up in the beginning stages, the less likely the artisans are likely to make money from their novice level things, which they still have to slog through, which is like most other games, to be honest, but it doesn't have to be. With that, we're going to go ahead and go over to Bouncer's question, and I have the forum link ready for this, so go ahead.
Awesome. My question for you guys is, how would you keep crafting relevant throughout the entire leveling process for new players, old veterans, and those who play less than 10 hours a week?
All right, and I got
your
at
own
least a
answer?
small version of the infographic up on the screen you were asking for there.
Awesome, thank you. My suggestion would be suffixed items that are drops, and the artisan community can either combine those together to make a full item drop in the longer side over there. So as the world levels up, we get the first tier 3 town. Apprentice is immediately unlocked. Thus, you can take the apprentice level drops that are in the shorter column and then combine them in together to get a starter variant of the apprentice or adept item gear there is.
And Erwin?
my suggestion for the question is by making reagents craftable. TideTactics kind of brought this up earlier with his commentary on the reagents that are purchasable right now could be the precursor to advanced artisan skills, especially with the example that he used of the draw twine wax. This would allow all levels, types, players some form of income at all levels of crafting as well. We all know that they introduced the 4 different interaction buttons. I'm not a big fan of radial buttons, but during this time, we'll say someone goes to gather a snowdropper, something like that. They can then choose to either harvest it, smush it down into a draw tined wax, maybe example. This is theory crafting, right? And then, or juice the flour to make some sort of, we'll say, alchemical thing, or cook it down into some sort of herbal tonic or something along those lines. We're going to see that type of in-depth crafting. Steven's already hinted to it. We just don't know what those are going to be. So I do think we'll see that, but maybe at a later date.
Mm-hmm. You do?
Erwin, how dare you take all the words out of my mouth that I have?
Thief.
A thief. The other thing that I think should also be counted into this question, and mainly speaking for myself, is the additional thing of, hi, I've literally never touched crafting system before, and I'm supposed to also stay relevant. How am I supposed to learn that? Or at least be somewhat comparable? Because I found that, like, in conversations with all of the wonderful people that have been testing, I'll be like, how come this thing is broken? And they're like, oh yeah, it's been broken since Alpha 1. And I'm like, what? But how am I supposed to do the thing? And they're like, oh no, it's fine. Just do this workaround. And I'm like, oh. And I know right now it's in testing. So that is an aspect of this as well. But imagine on full release, oh yeah, I've been playing this game for 5 years. Yeah, you just do these things. And then the new person's like, but how was I supposed to learn that? And not just slog at the end of the day until I got that answer. So not that that necessarily has to be an aspect of Intrepid's thought in this, but I do think that that is something that needs to get brought up a little bit more in conversation, because you all are very great. But I find when I'm having these conversations with people and I go, I don't know any of the words that you just said to me. And they're like, oh, all right, so this is what this system means, and this is what this system means. So we can be on the same level of knowledge and conversation. So I think that also might be a part of it. I don't know. I can talk in a circle for a minute. I'm so upset that Erwin stole my thoughts.
Oh my gosh.
What the?
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh,
So many
That one
subs.
needs a call out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all right. So again,
Thank
like,
you.
oh,
Oh my god. Cheers.
Thank you
and
so
also,
very much.
for
Holy
that,
cow.
I'm gonna grab my
Cheers.
potion somewhere after you guys do the open chat.
Strixon says, I surrender.
Yeah.
Holy
that-
cow.
We're changing. We need
Yeah,
to
I
switch
think
his name
we
to
can-
Moby.
we can call
Right.
that's a fatality right there.
Fatality.
Normally save the potions of fireball to the second half, but this round here deserves it. Oh my gosh.
Thank you guys so much. Not to stop the thank you so muches, but Pawkets, it's your turn.
I will start off by saying, Strixon, I think that's a skill issue. All right, so I actually was not too worried about this particular question in phase 1. Because we actually saw some of the reiterations of using the lower level artisan stuff, like with the dried oak planks and things like that. You actually saw tier 3 lumber millers that needed to utilize the tier 1 like lumberjacks, and I kind of like that. Same thing with the Eastern Hemlock needed for the paper for the BIS books at the time. And then there was another thing that was kind of pushed in phase 3, where a lot of the artisans are like, hey, this is the worst feeling artisan phase there is. but this is a continuation of the same exact solution, kind of like what I was talking about before. Phase 3 became one of my favorite Artisan phases because of what they did with the change. And I understood what they were trying to do with that and what they were trying to bring in. Specifically focus on the people that play less than 10 hours a week. Whatever your loop is, because all the sweaty people need such an exorbitant amount of zinc, you with only 10 hours of work, if all you do is come by or 10 hours a week of play, you go by and you go mine some stuff, you have some zinc. You have a buy-in into that economy that they're kind of looking to get. And that is a way for gatherers to do it. I don't know of a really good way that the crafters and maybe the processors can do that sort of thing. But I feel that they're already trying to find solutions for these different things. And I like the way that they're progressing, even though sometimes it feels like they're taking a step back. A lot of times I think that they are on point with what they're doing.
Fair. Then it would be
Right, sir.
space.
What I was thinking about on this question was that it kind of comes down to time. Players can level faster than an artisan can level their craft. A crafter, like a weaponsmith, has to also procure the materials they need to make those weapons, be it from the marketplace, which they'll have to farm gold, or gathering, which they have to go out and farm, their materials and stuff. That creates a huge time discrepancy between how fast a player can level their character and the crafting level. And I was thinking, well, maybe if gathering and processing experience could also be fed into crafting experience somehow, like a percentage of your gathering could be applied to the crafting. And I'm not sure how good of an idea that is. It's probably awful. But the idea is to help crafting itself level faster to keep up with the pace that a player can level by grinding mobs, so to speak. I also thought that there were also the final touches that all of the weapons and gear have that could be an avenue for crafters to gain crafting experience without making hundreds of shields and then just reselling those to a vendor.
Yeah. SirJunior?
I was thinking of like a big brother, big sister system to where if you're a crafter and there's someone that's a high level and they're looking for an apprentice, per se, you can be the little brother, little sister to that person, and they can teach you the ways or help you. Those are for new players and old veterans too. If they want to come back and do the same thing, they can become a little bro, a little sis, and the big bro, big sis will walk them through it. And for the 10 hours a week player, it would work for them as well. Now, one of the things of getting all of these items is the gathering part, which I hate doing. I would never gather. I would just stay in town waiting for someone to post so I could just buy it from someone so I can craft it instead. So I would like if we would be able to kill things and they would drop certain materials, and with those materials we can craft something. We don't have to actually make them. I don't care how hard it is, as long as everyone's able to kill something and a craftable item can come out where you can use to craft a specific item, that would help everyone, especially a 10 hours a week player. Because if I was only playing 10 hours a week and I could go on, kill a couple things here and there, and then eventually on my second week create a weapon of something that I did myself, that would be fun. And that's what I think that they should implement, something like a big brother, big sister system.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the mentor system. Could see it. Then I believe Tide.
I'm also going to tag off of your point you just made, Junior, because it's really intriguing, and exploring it a bit more would be great. A mentor, like a master and apprentice system, say like someone, like you have a master and a grandmaster player, having a grandmaster be able to take an apprentice who's at least 3 tiers below them. So like you could mentor anyone, you could essentially take mentorship of anyone who is novice or apprentice under you until they hit 2 tiers underneath you. or till they hit the tier underneath you. And essentially, when you craft, as long as they're present, they benefit from that EXP that you would get from crafting it, and they would get more so if they contributed materials to the end product. That would help for giving people who have limited amounts of time, give some of that back in a more clean manner that enjoys working with people but don't have a lot of time personally. One of the things that also Erwin brought out, talking about the reagents and whatnot, and how that being able to have people with the next items, the next artisan items coming out, that you would be able to harvest the reagent instead of harvesting the item. But that gets really messy, because then depending on if you would instead get a rarity item, would you get a rarity reagent, and then that turns it into its own bundle of mess with our bags already about to explode and stuff.
Right.
So it opens two different can of worms.
Yeah.
It do.
You okay?
I talk about this topic a lot, and I have a solution that a lot of people will disagree with me on. Some people agree with me. I think one way you can keep crafting relevant is lock player. Like, the problem is players outlevel the every other thing in the game, right? Like we all talked about that. I think that one solution is lock player progression behind the world development, and like have it to where like people, like, you wait for the nodes to develop, or you have a story arc happen, and that unlocks the next tier of progression. If you lock the world behind progression, then everything else can catch up. The nodes can catch up, crafters can catch up, crafting stays relevant to that tier. The players that are trying to level can go do other content like leveling the node, leveling up their artisan progression, stuff like that. The newer players that are new to the game, like the more casual audience or new players, can catch up to where the hardcore players are and stay more relevant that way. New players, when they come in like a month down the line, the artisan gear is crafted, and then like the world's more progressed. They have more of a natural progression path and stuff like that. That's my solution, is to lock player progression behind the world's development. That was the original idea, right? Like the world's the main character of the story, and the world is progressing, and like the nodes are unlocking, the dungeons are unlocking with the nodes and all that stuff. Like, that's just my solution. I know a lot of people disagree with me on that. They don't like the idea behind progression. I think you can make a lot of content for the game based around like where the world is developed at that point in time for other people to do. So it's not a one size fits all. Like I said, a lot of people disagree with me, but that's my solution.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so just as a heads up, we are going to close off the redeem at the moment for the submitting of a question. Fear not, though, that will be reopened later. I will be taking this time while they do their chit chats to put this into a poll for you, and we'll give you guys a link. So over the next 15 minutes or so, I'll have you the ability to vote on whatever topics you want to see. So with that, you guys are welcome to suggest amongst yourselves whatever topics you want to go. I see Idunn already has her suggestion here for an option, but I'll be kind of quietly. Just please moderate yourselves and make sure that you all share the mic a little bit.
I like Idunn's suggestion so far. I also probably would want to jump on Yokai's last commentary about, progression being hamstringed essentially behind Artisan and stuff like that. But also, I see the need for it, but it would be hard to gauge how much time is necessary before we allow, that jump ahead again.
I believe we could probably base the world and mob spawns and stuff off of the level of table that is currently up. Say there's a breakpoint. You need 4 of the 7 professions all at a journeyman table before we start getting into like 30 plus mobs.
I think that the problem is there's some interesting hamstring that could end up with that, especially with places like not Highwayman Hills. Highwayman Hills pretty much just right off rip is gonna happen. So essentially we wouldn't be able to get gear from Highwayman Hills until the first town hit level 2 or level 1. Actually it would be level 1 because level 1 opens up some apprentice crafting stations now since they changed it. So you only need to be at Crossroads now. Yeah, so you only need Crossroads to get some apprentice tier stuff. So, and then it just gets really ugly. I like it though. It's an elegant design decision, but the problem is, can they actually fix their system enough? Because they have trouble. They just had trouble just with tables for a long time to getting those to work. Imagine trying to link the tables to the nodes again and then link those back into the world for drops. That sounds like a nightmare ready to happen.
A complete nightmare.
The nodes are part of the problem, right? Like
yes,
crafting is tied. Like you can level. I agree with Pawkets. No, not Pawkets. Sorry. I agree with SpaceCoconut. You should make it to where at least like crafting can gathering and processing can keep up. So to some degree with leveling, but like part of the problem is like crafting is also tied behind the progression of the nodes, and so like tier 2 nodes completely fucking pointless. They are a stopgap between tier 1 and tier 3. My thing is that like I'm looking forward to the future, like level 50. You're just gonna get like completely gapped at that point. So my thing is, go ahead. Sorry. What? Go ahead.
I would like to put in. You said tier 2 is completely like useless. It's not. On the PTR from between 2.5 and 3, we were supposed to have apprentice designated tables at specific like the economy node, and then the martial node. The martial node was supposed to have metalsmithing, weaponsmithing, armorsmithing. The economy one was supposed to have like a couple other different ones, and that was supposed to happen in the world at tier 2.
It just didn't.
Yeah,
I'm talking about currently. They have plans to make the tier 2 node relevant. Like the tier 2, like the tier 3 has we're testing out tier like higher tier stuff and lower tier stuff. Like so, tier 3 does a lot more than what it probably should, and they can take some of that power and give it to tier 2. So I'm just saying, like right now, it does feel like tier 2 nodes kind of like are irrelevant.
One thing that and I'm sorry, I got like I heard something that Yokai said and it redirected me in my thoughts. Like I really want to see Intrepid incentivize players rather than rushing just levels. Is like the min-max. The goal is actually to prioritize the artisans, prioritize the tables instead of people like, and I think this is kind of like you were saying about like, instead of just rushing to 25 and then going back and do the artisans, the true min max of the player would be to do like work with your artisans alongside and find a way to really push the development of the settlement as a player's min max, as opposed to the mindset that everybody has like, oh no, my character is the min max. So
I think go ahead. I saw you blow it up.
I just like listening to y'all talk because it's great. But I think one thing I've seen a lot more recently, especially out of Steven, I don't know if any of you watched Dusty's interview, because he brought it up in there with the housing thing, that they want different types of players. They want, that person that just wants to sit and do artisan. They want that person that goes, what if I make the cutest house anyone has ever seen? Cozy game in ashes. They want different types of people because they know that they all relate into each other. And the systems behind that obviously need some work. and love and care. And maybe it's something that we don't see that they have that we don't see. But I know that has been brought up a lot, and it makes me very excited because that's why I came to Ashes, was to just Artisan versus anything else.
My thing was suggesting this is that it's not just about Artisan class. Like it makes the rest of the game relevant. Like I think it was Erwin. Like Erwin said, is making other pathways more relevant, right? Like you make it so like the crafter, like the people that are hardcore leveling, they are focusing on other things, and so you're focusing on like maybe dungeons have opened up. You can go do dungeons, you can crafting stuff like that, but you're also focusing, like, instead of like ignoring settlements until we're 25, 50, you have to actually like worry and focus on developing the settlement. Wars become more relevant, crafting becomes more relevant, is able to keep up. The more casual audience can keep up with the more hardcore audience and stuff like that. Like, I think by locking progression behind world progression instead of player progression, you just open up the game to so much more like people and different kinds of things that can happen. It's not a perfect system. I know that a lot of people that hate and disagree with it for what I'm saying.
I would just like to say I've heard that opinion before, Yokai, and there's definitely a lot of people that, in different words, maybe different applications, but similar vibes. Absolutely. At least from the people I listen to.
I both support and detest that solution because I believe that there needs to be some sort of way to prevent stagnation, and that's by not limiting progression, but also at the same time, we do want to kind of offer this degree of fairness, I guess you could say, or a catch-up almost. But what happens, if we implement that system and we get no destruction, then we're also reducing everybody back. If there has to be a certain amount of tables or something like that, there's a whole lot of criteria that would have to be met, or in order to make that system, I can't even say flawless because I keep finding too many issues with it.
That's why I just go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Pawkets.
I don't want to see it as like lock out of progression. Instead, the meta way of going is by building your artisans alongside it. Actually, like springboards or catalysts the progression of the server. I don't want to see locking out of stuff, but instead, how do you find a way that the most meta way is by also building your artisans alongside? That's what I like, and that's what I mean by incentivize. I'm not saying control. I'm saying incentivize it. That is a good way to kind of push it in that direction.
One thing is, I know this is a completely antithesis to what Steven would like to do, but putting locks on certain buildings once one settlement has started making it to prevent the double building that we keep running into on the main US servers, and just to prevent some very interesting scenarios, because we saw two nodes that started building 3 wood shops at the same time, and it's just like, come on, guys.
Well,
seriously.
The thing with that is there's 2 parts to that. One is that the guild that takes control of the second settlement that is building another wood shop, it's an ego thing. They want to build it their node, and they want to be successful. But the second part of that is that if we don't like it, if Winstead doesn't like that Nuela is building a wood shop,
but we can't burn it. We can't burn stuff down yet. So until we can burn stuff down, they need to give us a lockout ability.
That's the point. Yet this is an alpha. That's what they're going to keep saying, and it will be destructible. Winstead can go and destroy Nuela to take out their woodshop and say, hey, don't do it again, or vice versa. Winstead gets wiped out, and then Winstead has to decide, are we going to try and build what we had before or adjust to what the server needs? It's one of those future things that we know is coming, and I don't think it's it's a huge deal to let it happen as is.
At least in EA though, there's gonna like, depending on like how mayorships go down, because one big thing that I also want to toss in here is, and I hope folks from Intrepid are listening, please let us see the EXP numbers on the node so we know how hard and how fast we need to farm a node to level it up. Surefoot killed me last phase. I was dying. I'm like, Surefoot, please level. Like, it's beautiful beachfront property, and it's just like, nah, it doesn't want to level.
Our guild
and Corin was like, and you could see Corin like barely creeping, and then it would just stop for like 5 days in a row. And the dwarves up in the anvil just got punished day in and day out by watching Dunhold like creep a percentage point, and then not again for however long.
Yeah, our guild was the one trying to push Surefoot, and it was pretty demoralizing to see it get reset to 0 and not progress at all.
Well, then it was also discouraging that even though so many of us had brought up the fact that, you know, Asmoran had leveled once, twice, 3 times over, same with Dunehold, same with Surefoot, that it took Thogli, of all people, to submit a time-based estimate. Like, the dude sacrificed his sleep to compile a 24, 36-hour list of the percentages where it was at. Oh, look, it rolled over. And then finally, once that was submitted, I think it was Meeps, or maybe it was Roshan. Hey, we're looking into this now, type of thing. That part was discouraging. Like, just the fact that you can't, you can see that it's progressing, but then for us to have to submit that degree of evidence to it for them to believe that there's a problem with it, rather than just looking at it and saying, I guess you're right, maybe this was at 97% and now it's at 46%. That part was super discouraging to, I think, all artisans, because we did want to get into those other areas, the other sections, and craft those other items. I have, that tin hat scenario, and I'll borrow it from Pocket, for a second.
Okay.
I think it was because they didn't have, even though we could see those on the data mine, I don't think they had the tables quite done for those other nodes or the areas of influence. And we saw that with the anvils, because there's so many different recipes in the anvils that were borked and have been borked and were borked up until like the end of the time.
With that,
I want your tinfoil hat, Pockets.
It was made by a student of mine.
with the idea of responsiveness, the last like minute and a half we have, what do you all feel about Intrepid's responsiveness, especially with Artisan, when people are like, hey, here's my Artisan feedback, here's an issue that's happening with Artisanship? I understand that they only have so many people and they're also trying to do like 8 things at the same time, but how do you feel their responsiveness is if you ask for more information?
I think their econ team. I think their econ team is the meme where the guy's walking into the apartment with a pizza and everything's on fire, type of deal. It's because the thing is, the problem with us as Artisan is once we find a leverage point, we don't just kind of crack it a little bit. We break the entire crate open and plunder everything inside. And the second one artisan finds it, if there's a big enough group of artisans, everyone's, and we're not talking exploits, we're just talking things that are in the system that you can use and you can use it quickly. That's just what happens every time. So that's why like their responsiveness, hopefully with their new blacklisting tool that they've tested on the PTR, hopefully they can stop that from running wild whenever it happens.
30 seconds left.
3 words. Better than Blizzard.
Yeah, true.
I think Bouncer had something.
They need better file sharing between their company on the inside.
Mm-hmm. Information needs to be able to get to the correct people faster. Agreed.
I think it'd be nice to know if they're like, hey, we tuned this thing, okay, to what amount? What does that mean? What are we doing with that? If you want me to test it, I need to know what that means.
Right.
And then when we're just like, hey, you tuned this and it blew up, hey, you need to fix this before it goes into the toilet. Fix it, save it, please.
All right. So that ends our free chat section. The polls have closed. Thank you all so much for your votes. And I have our top votes here. So the first one will be by SirJunior. The second one will be by SpaceCoconut. You guys will ask your own questions. And the third one is by Anarchaotic. I like that one. So I will be reading Anarchaotics, which is a bit of a lengthy one, but we'll get to it as we have time. So basically the idea is that we talk through this and we move on to the next question as we have time to. So SirJunior, if you could please ask your first question and then give an answer just like previously.
Okay, so my question is, how can the team make it to where you can gain more town rep? What ways can they introduce to for us to be able to gain rep instead of just running crates or doing quests? Is there anything else that they can do? In my opinion, I think, you know, since I'm a merchant and I sell things and I spend a lot of money on taxes, thousands of gold, I would like to have some type of rep so that way I can be able to be able to have more space in the bank.
So I don't think that one was ended up on the poll.
No, it was how will the game change now that it's on Steam? I put it in the chat.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, if you want to drop that one in the chat, we can definitely cook it up for the next one. Put that on the list.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so how will the game change? It's going to be toxic. All the Steam players, all the people that come from PvP games, you're going to have people kill you while you're crafting. You have to be ready for that. So you're going to have to team up with a stronger guild or have some type of alliance or pay another guild for some protection. Because while you're crafting some high tier item and you get killed, you're going to lose those legendary weapons.
Yeah,
and that,
because...
Yeah, and that's what I feel like is going to happen on Steam. I think the player count's going to be big, so they're going to have a few servers. So you better choose your server right, because if you choose the wrong one, you're just going to get killed all day.
And new players that won't care about losing their stuff because this is their first time. They're like, it's the newbie area. I'm pretty much, they're going to be so sure that they're like, oh, I can go and just farm up new stuff, even if I drop X, Y, and Z item. So I'll just flag up and just go kill this random person who's sitting here crafting or grinding their crafting in the newbie areas. It's like the newbie areas are going to be a freaking bloodbath. Luckily, PvP protections are turned off before 10, but Highwayman Hills is going to be it's going to be so bad. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be flagging, people just throwing down in Highwayman Hills all the time, and I want to be as miles away from that, as far away as humanly possible.
I'm not convinced it's going to be a bloodbath.
Are these questions also like open discussion, or are we doing this in order?
We were leaving it up to you guys to decide.
Yeah, it's going to be in order of what they were voted, but when conversation dies out or everyone's kind of said their piece, we'll move on to the next question. And we'll just do as many as we can fit.
Well, now that I know that, I think it'll increase the things we already see. I mean, we're going to see people fighting, we're going to see people flagging up, we're going to see people, attacking or defending, or, just mass extinction of groups along the way. I think the only thing that will really curb the amount of people coming in, and I hope we see it on the 11th, is the introduction of a new area on the map, or, as we get larger and larger continents, the other continent that's across the ocean, the island, we'll see these numbers of people start to spread out, and that will increase or decrease the amount of that type of interaction that we see, the toxicity. The other thing that we have to, that we can deal with the toxicity is, guess what? You can mute an entire guild now. So if you don't like that guild's toxicity, guess what? Muted.
Mm-hmm.
Intrepid's going to see a huge tank in their ratings initially, and you will see a lot of people look at those ratings and go, oh, I don't think I want to head into this game at this moment. Or you'll see people going, why is this game so bad? And they'll try it for their 2 hours or less than 2 hours and either get sucked into the 1 to 10 leveling process so they can't refund it and then play longer, or just refund it immediately once they realize of how in-depth the initial crafting system is just for Lion's Hold. It takes roughly about an hour and a half now on the PTR to get your first tools. That's insane. Before, that was 10 minutes at max, and you can rush to materials. Now you can't do that.
I really don't think that the game is like if we're talking about currently, like the 1 through 10 process, unless they make some very large changes within like the next couple of days before it goes on Steam, I really don't think it's going to be ready. Like the 1 through 10 is ready for Steam release. So I think you're going to have some true like you're going to mix reviews 100. Like, I think you're going to have mostly negative reviews, but you're going to have a mix of like people just review bombing and then people like they're giving some honest critiques about the game. Then like, but I do think that the game is going to do well in terms of like getting numbers, just because there's nothing else in the market right now. Like I think where wins meet is like the only thing that like where wins meet, and just because like PoE 2 is coming, like has its new league coming out the day afterwards. Like those are the two big like competing things that Ashes has to deal with right now, and there's nothing else. Like Ashes is just going to have numbers because it's the only thing out right now. Do I think it's ready for it? No. Do I think we're gonna like in terms of toxicity and stuff like that? I think like a lot of people here have like even done content. Even like all the content creators have done some stuff too. Like the PvP, like the flag in the game is like not in a spot where like I think you would really have to even worry about the PvPers. Like I get attacking you really and truthfully. Like it's well, like once you're in the game, you're just gonna be in the game, fucking doing your thing. So.
I think it's just going to be a split between the personality or the desires between the types of people that are coming in, right? Some people are going to be okay with the pace that the game holds. Others are not. And I think while Intrepid may see an influx of cash from the early access stuff, we're going to see a pretty heavy player drop like within the first 2 weeks of the game being on early access.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with the player drop thing. I actually like I think it's going to sustain and maintain. But talking about the toxicity of players coming in and the like all the PvP and stuff that's going to happen, I'm not too worried about that at all, because I feel that like the people are going to learn really quickly like what that entails, like that when you flag up what you are doing and how much you're going to lose. I think that they're going to learn pretty quickly like what to do and what not to do. So while like because we saw it a lot in phase 1 where this was the kind of the go-to is like how much people were aggressive towards each other, but then it really toned down a lot later. One of the things that you see a lot of people saying is like, yeah, PvP really doesn't happen that much in the game. Like it does happen and it's able to happen anywhere, but you don't really see it. Like you don't get PK'd every 2 minutes like what people were afraid was going to happen in the game.
Just a real quick, I kind of agree with SpaceCoconut though. Like this is happening right before the holidays. People are going to come in, test the game, and like they're going to go on their holiday break or something like that. And then when they come back, they're going to be able to tell like, do I really want to log in or not? Like we are going to see like a drop off of players during the first 2 weeks of the game. I think it's natural. I don't think anything's wrong with that. It's just the state of the game and like the time frame they're coming out with as well.
I think there's a built-in purpose behind this too, based on my observations from a psychological standpoint of Steven and the team. Is we've been testing on the PTR dynamic gridding, and it's been fairly good. We talked about this on the Tavern Talk the other night as well. But my tin hat is I believe this was a decision to push our already current 8,100 users tested on the gaming engine. And I think that Steven wants to find out where we sit with dynamic gridding. And then, as was addressed during the Dusty stream as well, if that could then be sold or licensed on, like you said, on Dusty Stream, we're leaving that option open. So he wants to see how high he can push it with the 200,000 people that did wishlist that game or our game.
Yeah. Because the common numbers for like percentage of people who purchase a game that they wish list is around 10 to 12%. That's the current Steam average. So if that holds true for Ashes, then 20,000-ish people.
Well, I think for that too, especially because, you know, things like No Man's Sky happen, there are so many more people that are going to go, oh, it's not out yet, I'm going to wait.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's not out yet, I don't want, I'll see how that goes. And even when it comes out, like, I know when I watch game comes out, not MMO, but just in general, I'll go, I'm gonna give it a little bit so they can put out all the patches for and the fixes and stuff, and then I'll see about it. So how many people are quote unquote projected that are like, yeah, I put this on for later for full release. I put it on so I know when it comes out, versus wanting to test, because there are also people that don't want to test that are interested in the game.
Yeah, as soon as they hear, oh, it's not a full experience, they'll be like, oh, I'll go play something that is.
Yeah, that's possible.
I think people will get that just from testing and playing it. To what Idunn was saying, though, I think that like you're gonna have that on your own release. Like Steven's already talking about beta next year. That's some concerning wording right there. Like the early access stuff, like a lot of people are concerned. Like it's just a natural fucking thing. Like a lot of people are making content about it. Like a lot of people are talking about it. I think that the game has potential to come out in a rather uncompleted style, like player-wise, like uncompleted state. And so you're gonna have that 1 year later crowd to where the game is like 1 year after the release, like so many other games of, hey, what does the game look like? It's to me in a more completed state. It's to me that more dream state, that more completed state that we were all been expecting that 1 year later. Like development time just makes everything better, right? Like it's just everything needs more time. So you're gonna have that experience no matter what.
The other thing this addresses too is the ability to gift Steam or gift the game out to people. Whereas that was not currently an option through the website or anything along those lines, or through the launcher for that matter. We now have the ability to gift that to people that, you know, are in question. Hey, friend, I'm going to buy it for you, whether you play it or not, type of thing like that. That gives them that frame of mind where, okay, I didn't pay for this, so I'll go through, you know, 4 hours into it, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're in there playing with their friend, they're exploring Vera for the first time, you know, they're learning that, you know, there was a lot of hard work that went into the combat system. I think this is, from those 2 points that I made, probably one of the smarter, even though with Yokai, the push for this timing is probably not the greatest.
If you guys have nothing else to add to the Steam thing, SpaceCoconut, your question was also voted on.
Okay, that sucker says, how much PvP do you want in your gathering activities?
All of it.
I want the ability to say no and call a guild or a friend that wants to. So if somebody comes at me, I don't like PvPing, so this might be a hot take. And I just go, hands up, go ahead, you make your choice. I've decided I'm not going to fight back. But somebody wants to come along, or there is that social aspect of, let me contract a bodyguard because I'm going into a level 25 area to collect this thing. So there might be some people roaming around that want to hit to contest trees or whatever. I would like the option or the social aspect behind it, even if I don't personally engage with it.
I think if it in the safe river, if it is not a PvP zone, honestly, you should just leave people who are gathering, leave them alone, TBH. And they should incentivize that by putting higher concentrations of stuff in PvP zones for people who want to throw down like that, or gatherers who have a higher risk profile and stuff like that. So, but outside of that, I don't want, if I'm deciding to chill and gather in the Riverlands, just leave me alone. If you want to try and kill me, don't get clapped by a cleric. Like, seriously, I don't want to do that to someone being cute, but Just like if I'm in a PvP zone, yeah, it's a fight. It's what I signed up for. That's why the consensual PvP matters so much.
That sounded very much like a "this is going to hurt me more than it hurts you" statement.
Yeah,
I think
that's how I operate as a cleric.
I think there's a lot more that does need to be done with incentivizing the PvP zones. I agree that they do have a decent amount of like XP bonus, and we were getting some pretty tasty XP when we were leveling in there. But I also think that I'm a rogue. If you can kill me, more power to you.
I think the entire game has an incentivization issue. Incentivizing, if you we're all in agreement. Like the incentivizing being in the lava zones, having it where like you have more, you can get more drops, and like you have a higher rarity kind of shit. Like all that stuff. Like maybe put the more enticing resources out there as well. It's what other games do. Like it's a tried and true kind of thing that I think that Intrepid definitely does. That Intrepid needs to adopt, or is trying to adopt. But like, we have the corruption system. It's there for a reason. Like it does its job right now. I think a lot of people just need to understand like the kind of like you need to understand that this is the kind of game that you're asking, you're joining and you're playing. Like it's also like the game that they're envisioning. I don't necessarily, in my experience, PvP games have the best crafting. They have the best economy. Like I'm not averse to that. I understand the mentality too about that. Like there's a lot of people that like crafting to them or gathering to them is that time in a game to where like you don't like people don't like mini games in crafting because like they feel they want to be able to just turn their brain off and just like go out and gather. In survival games, I've been like try to go out and gather resources. I get annoyed when I've had that experience where it's annoying to just be killed and stuff like that. Where I was trying to go out and do that stuff, but like I'm not somebody that's gonna flip out or like uninstall the game if I die to that stuff. Like it's just understanding the type of game that you're in mostly.
Mm-hmm.
From my understanding, it was turned off because of the griefing in grind spots. My fix to that would have been only allowing when somebody's gathering for you to flag on them freely. That's my take on it.
We had a long conversation on this way before Alpha 2 even started. It was actually Lloyd and I with Chibi and Vertec and maybe somebody else talking about the CC on non-combatants. It's always been the plan. That's been the plan for a very long time. We had conversations about it for a while before that. Now, to answer the question, all of it. I like PvP. I really like one of the things that I'm so looking forward to is fishing on the open seas. The other thing that I really like about this game is how it incentivizes people to dabble in systems they don't normally dabble within. My big one is like corruption. Like it brings PvEers that never want a PvP to attack a corrupted player because they have no fear of that. The same thing I like with the fishing system that they're putting in now with the inland fishing. You are allowing people to dabble within a system. It's not going to be as lucrative as going out on the open seas. And once the player base dies down, there's less threat, there's less risk. You're going to see some PvE people that normally like the fishing on land that are going to dabble into that open seas fishing, and they're going to be purple, and they're going to try that system, and they're probably going to enjoy it until they get killed, and then they're going to enjoy it less, but they'll still probably go out and try it again. And I like the way that they do different things like this in the game. And so like I like PvP in my gathering. However, I know some people don't and they never want it. However, I think that they're in like, you know, dropping the little, you know, carrots in front of them to try and get them to go that direction is a really good thing.
Someone in chat brought up rogue fishgate. I think that's what people were talking about. Essentially, rogues just sneaking onto random boats, stealing fishes, and then diving into the ocean. I kind of wish that they had a channel time for removing the fish from the holds, and it just wasn't click, click, gone. That's one thing that I think that they hope that they get to right. So, like, if you're going to sneak onto the boat to steal someone's fish, be prepared to fight over the fish. Don't just grab the fish and then just get the pop. I just don't want a rogue to be able to invis onto the boat, grab the fish, and just pop into the water.
Well, one thing that Arcade does with like their boats is that like so the person behind the wheel can put protection on the boat for a certain amount of time, and then like if you kill the person, then you can go into it and still like you have to just wait for the timer to get done with it, right? And then you can go in and steal the stuff, or like still like drive off with the boat. Yeah, so it's just like a timer that you pay attention to, and like say, hey, I gotta reset the timer and stuff. That reason rogues can't just go into your thing and be invisible and just steal your stuff. I think there are games that have solutions to that. I understand that, but like obviously it's not in Ashes right now, and it is a concern. I totally get where you're coming from with that.
I feel like the social aspect of being like, I'm a crafting only guild and I have an alliance or a charter with the PvP guild in order to get those high risk, high reward items is kind of maybe missed. I think you guys are all like dancing around it because there's a lot of like PvX, we do all of the above. But I feel like the option for both, not getting rid of the PvP and gathering, but the option for both and specialization is something we've danced around as well, but I think that should also apply to guilds. So, okay, there's a little bit of an issue with gathering, with getting those fish, right? I want to be on a boat. That's what my guild does, is we go out and we fish. I work with another guild that's going to sit there and they're going to be the protectors. They have another boat, they're nearby, they're whatever. So if somebody tries to take my stuff, you know, they fight them for us. If that's not a system I necessarily want to engage in as often, or I'm not as good as somebody else. I might be level 25, but, you know, not necessarily the best at fighting back with a person, but somebody else is. That's like their specialty. So I think that also goes into it. The system should be there, but there should be the social choice of where you sit in that and what your personal interaction with that system looks like.
Yeah, there's quite a few mercenary guilds out there. I guess Suspect is an example of a mercenary guild, even though if they're not like contract taking currently in early access. And I'll give them that bit of a shout out. There are other ones who will probably be operating or just starting in this phase as mercenaries. So
I would think that for gathering, at least, paying a mercenary guild for protection, that money would be better suited to just go to the marketplace to buy the materials instead.
Absolutely.
It depends, though.
We can
for them.
continue the conversation soon, but that is our last bit of our chat for this section. Sorry to cut you off there. But I want to get us to our break on time, especially because some of us have some plans during the break that we need to make sure they're there on time. So for those of you that are here, we're going to go to a 30-minute break to stretch our legs, get the blood flowing, maybe refill our tankards, and we'll be right back with our second segment, and we'll be starting all of this over again with brand new questions, and we'll have the submit a question redeem open again. But in the meantime, please hang out, watch some of these really cool videos that were submitted to us from the community, and if we don't have an updated video of yours, well, you'll have to just send it to us. And if you want to also create a little commercial, 30-second commercial for us, feel free to reach out. I'll give you some details for it. But in the meantime, this is going to be a long one. So we're only halfway through. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We'll be chatting in the Discord or the chat for you guys. And we'll see you soon.
All right. Talking to you folks.
Bye. See you soon.
We have the EU pumpers, absolute slappers over here.
Chocolate silenced. Chain lightning shattered. Boom. Shit. Absolutely impeccable. Keep that up, boys. Clean sweep. Lock it in now. Just every game is a new game. All this shit. We got this.
Chocolate!
Axe.
We can kill Tildor!
It's done.
Yes, he's dead.
Yeah. Fuck. Chocolate get fucked in the ass.
All right, boys. This is what it all comes down to. This is going to be our first
big
real
match on the
challenge.
boys. You guys ready in about 60, 90 seconds?
We're at the start. We're praying, Team X. We're praying. And our Lord in heaven, to our man Stephen. Everybody prepare yourselves. We shall smite down the enemy and the heretics on the other side. In his name we pray. Amen.
3, 2, 1. Hard push north now.
Overlord's pushing in right now. Keep pushing.
We should W key and just finish.
Yeah, go, 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 go. In.
I lit their whole team on fire.
Yo, you want?
No.
This is disbanding for them. Yeah, this is embarrassing for them.
When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
How would crafting gear compare to like that of
crafted gear in the game is the best gear. I'll be less inflammatory in my speech. Crafters make the best shit and best things.
You had a good long life.
You did have a good long life.
Happy life on the farm, and now...
Oh God, go to sleep. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready.
mountain home, legends were forged in fire and stone. But now, Vera awaits, for every hero's journey begins anew. Craft your destiny, conquer mighty beasts, and shape the world as you see fit.
Let's open in 3, 2, 1.
Join us, kinfolk, in a realm where your choices echo through eternity. In the ashes of creation, our saga begins. Will you answer the call?
I also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it because I really just want to play.
Are you or someone you know bored with modern video games? Do you spend hours stretching through the pits of Steam looking to fill your needs as a gamer? You could be suffering from a brand new affliction called loop fatigue. Symptoms of loop fatigue include hostility, depression, agitation, overeating, hallucinations, or any other signs of mental insanity like reactivating your World of Warcraft account for the 14th time. Some gamers suffering from loop fatigue would rather do real-life chores like mowing the lawn, washing the car, or God forbid, cleaning their room, rather than doing even one more daily quest. Loop fatigue can be devastating to your gaming career, but there is hope. World-renowned businessman, video game developer, and of course medical professional Dr. Stephen Sharif and his intrepid team are developing a cure. Known mostly by its street name Ashes, you'll wake up every day excited by the prospect of hours of gameplay free from the dreaded in-game loop. With its patented breakthrough formula and all-new proprietary ingredient called Nodes, you're guaranteed to give Ashes a thumbs up. Possible side effects of Ashes include long gaming sessions, restless leg syndrome, neglected children, extreme fun, carpal tunnel syndrome, sexually frustrated spouses, skyrocketing electric bills, broken homes, bed sores, and a good time. If you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours while on Ashes, do not call a doctor, as this is proof the product is working.
We have the EU pumpers, absolute slappers over here.
Schokoladen silenced.
Boom.
Shit, absolutely impeccable. Keep it up, boys. Clean sweep. Lock it in now. Just every game is a new game. Ball this shit. We got this.
Axe. Kill Tildor.
It's done.
Yes, he's dead.
Get fucked. Chocolate. Get fucked in the ass.
Alright, boys. This is what it all comes down to. This is going to be our first
big
real
match on the
challenge.
boys. You guys ready in about 90 seconds?
We're at the start. We're praying, Team X. We're praying. In our Lord in heaven, to our man Stephen. Everybody prepare yourselves. We shall smite down the enemy and the heretics on the other side. In his name we pray. Amen.
Three, 2, 1. Hard push north now.
Overlord's pushing in right now. Keep pushing.
We should W key and just finish.
Yeah, go. In. I lit their whole team on fire.
Yo, you want? No.
This is disbanding for them. Yeah, this is embarrassing for them.
When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
How would crafting gear compare to like that of
crafted gear in the game is the best gear. I'll be less inflammatory in my speech. Crafters make the best shit and best things.
You had a good long life.
You did have a good long life.
Happy life on the farm, and now...
Oh God, go to sleep. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready.
In the heart of our mountain home, legends were forged in fire and stone. But now, Vera awaits, where every hero's journey begins anew. Craft your destiny, conquer mighty beasts, and shape the world as you see fit.
Let's open in 3, 2, 1.
Join us, kinfolk, in a realm where your choices echo through eternity. In the ashes of creation, our saga begins. Will you answer the call?
I also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it because I really just want to play.
Are you or someone you know bored with modern video games? Do you spend hours dredging through the pits of Steam looking to fill your needs as a gamer? You could be suffering from a brand new affliction called loop fatigue. Symptoms of loop fatigue include hostility, depression, agitation, overeating, hallucinations, or any other signs of mental insanity like reactivating your World of Warcraft account for the 14th time. Some gamers suffering from loop fatigue would rather do real-life chores like mowing the lawn, washing the car, or God forbid, cleaning their room, rather than doing even one more daily quest. Loop fatigue can be devastating to your gaming career, but there is hope. World-renowned businessman, video game developer, and of course medical professional Dr. Stephen Sharif and his intrepid team are developing a cure. Known mostly by its street name Ashes, you'll wake up every day excited by the prospect of hours of gameplay free from the dreaded endgame loop. With its patented breakthrough formula and all-new proprietary ingredient called Nodes, you're guaranteed to give ashes a thumbs up. Possible side effects of ashes include long gaming sessions, restless leg syndrome, neglected children, extreme fun, carpal tunnel syndrome, sexually frustrated spouses, skyrocketing electric bills, broken homes, bed sores, and a good time. If you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours while on ashes, do not call a doctor, as this is proof the product is working.
We have the EU pumpers, absolute slappers over here.
Chocolate silenced. Chain lightning shattered. Boom. Shit. Absolutely impeccable. Keep it up, boys. Clean sweep. Lock it in now. Just every game is a new game. All this shit. We got this.
Chocolate!
Axe.
Kill Tildor!
It's done.
Yes, he's dead.
Get fucked. Chocolate. Get fucked in the ass.
All right, boys. This is what it all comes down to. This is going to be our first
big
real
match on the
challenge.
boys. You guys ready in about 90 seconds?
We're at the start. We're praying, Team X. We're praying. In our Lord in heaven, to our man Stephen. Everybody prepare yourselves. We shall smite down the enemy and the heretics on the other side. In his name we pray. Amen.
Three, 2, 1. Hard push north now.
Overlord's pushing in right now. Keep pushing.
We should W key and just finish.
Yeah, go. In.
In.
I lit their whole team on fire.
Yo, you want? No.
This is disbanding for them. Yeah, this is embarrassing for them.
When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
How would would crafting gear compare to like that of
crafted gear in the game is the best gear. I'll be less inflammatory in my speech. Crafters make the best shit and best things.
You had a good long life.
You did have a good long life.
Happy life on the farm, and now...
Oh, God, go to sleep. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready.
In the heart of our mountain home, legends were forged in fire and stone. But now, Vera awaits, where every hero's journey begins anew. Craft your destiny, conquer mighty beasts, and shape the world as you see fit.
Let's open in 3, 2, 1.
Join us, kinfolk, in a realm where your choices echo through eternity. In the ashes of creation, our saga begins. Will you answer the call?
I also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it because I really just want to play.
Are you or someone you know bored with modern video games? Do you spend hours dredging through the pits of Steam looking to fill your needs as a gamer? You could be suffering from a brand new affliction called loop fatigue. Symptoms of loop fatigue include hostility, depression, agitation, overeating, hallucinations, or any other signs of mental insanity like reactivating your World of Warcraft account for the 14th time. Some gamers suffering from loop fatigue would rather do real-life chores like mowing the lawn, washing the car, or God forbid, cleaning their room, rather than doing even one more daily quest. Loop fatigue can be devastating to your gaming career, but there is hope. World-renowned businessman, video game developer, and of course medical professional Dr. Stephen Sharif and his intrepid team are developing a cure. Known mostly by its street name Ashes, you'll wake up every day excited by the prospect of hours of gameplay free from the dreaded end-game loop. With its patented breakthrough formula and all-new proprietary ingredient called Nodes, you're guaranteed to give Ashes a thumbs up. Possible side effects of Ashes include long gaming sessions, restless leg syndrome, neglected children, extreme fun, carpal tunnel syndrome, sexually frustrated spouses, skyrocketing electric bills, broken homes, bed sores, and a good time. If you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours while on Ashes, do not call a doctor, as this is proof the product is working.
Sorry, go ahead.
And we're back in. Hello, everybody. We're going to bring the mics in and say hi and chat, and you folks can, I don't know, harass people while you can't see their faces. I don't know. Either way, just waiting on a couple people to come back, and we'll come back live. Looks like about another 4 minutes and a half.
Yes, thank you. And we were actually just starting a chat up about the PTR updates with the anvils getting rams back in, because I was on PTR just deciding to try out the anvils, and I couldn't find a huntable, petable anywhere. So apparently rams are coming back.
My shadow is now hidden by stealth.
Thank you,
nice,
Psionics.
nice.
And hello, Chaos. For those of you that don't know what's going on here, yes, the anvils do need some love before the 11th. I agree with that statement. But we are doing a summit, and this is a little bit left of our break, and we're going to be going into more discussion about the Artisan system within Ashes of Creation, as well as possibly any updates from the Steam/PTR updates that we're seeing. So we'll be getting back into that in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. They added more Ember Springs in the anvils too.
Oh, yeah?
That's good.
They reduced the armor value of starter gear from the Destiny.
My rude comment was about the fan-made ad, honest. I'm watching you.
Was it with the Destiny system?
It said reduce the armor value of starter gear from the Destiny.
Oh, thankful. So thankful about that. I'm sitting there like, I just got a lost pair of leggings and it's comparable to me crafting one? Why the hell am I gonna craft one then?
Yeah.
So,
Or like the ones that come from the chest are like not as good as the starting gear in some cases.
yeah. And then, yeah.
Okay.
Graham Hawk and Raven skins are now recognized by crafting as hides.
So 1 through 10, you're gonna be you're getting your rewards from the Destiny system and from the questing, because the questing is also giving like a bunch of like the boxes and stuff like that now too. You're not gonna need fucking the beginning crafting stuff. Like crafting.
You don't. It completely negates the need for it.
Yeah, like that's part of the problem.
But with reducing the armor that you get from it, yeah.
The way I looked at it is like it was just kind of a placeholder number on the armor for the adventure stuff, and it wasn't that huge of a deal. But in the PTR, now that we're getting boxes of gear that come from quests, it's going to be a little questionable, depending on how effective that gear is, or how long it can be used before you need to craft something better.
It's level 9 stuff. It'll last you into Apprentice from what I've tested so far on the PTR.
Here's the thing, like if you're
that's the problem.
We've all been playing the game for a year now, right? I kind of think like that minuscule, like just getting like one grade drop from a like a level like to be level appropriate to where you're grinding, like feels fantastic. Like it feels like a major upgrade. Like it just grays, and it'll get you all the way up there. And then once you're at level 25, you're farming Steel Bloom. You're getting like greens and blues and stuff like that. Again, like there's no point in crafting up to until end game. Like it sucks.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get there eventually. I think it takes a lot of finagling, and
there's
I
no
don't know.
finagle with that system. You have to completely change how drops work
Yeah.
in one way or another. And I've suggested the split, but other people have suggested other things that actually do make sense.
The problem is that we can't just change one thing. Everything is so like interconnected that everything has to have a little change if you want to change one thing. And it's what is it, like a tangled it's like a tangled holiday light, and it's going to be really hard fixing the problem just because of how interconnected everything is.
No, I agree. And like one thing I'll suggest is like I've continued suggesting is like I don't necessarily agree. Like I think that the fact that mobs drop gear is part of the problem. Like I preferably, personally, I prefer if mobs just didn't drop gear and everything came from a crafting. But like then someone will come and like they've already tried that. Like it felt bad. Yes, if you like, it feels bad if like the mobs aren't dropping like materials and stuff like that. You have to change how mobs drop and stuff like that because like you said, Coconut, everything is interconnected. Like
yeah.
All right, let's see here. We got everybody back.
Yeah, I think so.
As you can tell, there's a lot of thoughts and feelings about the Artisanship system.
The thing is though, if they made it so that you... Oh.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
we're going to go into our next
into
segment.
the next segment. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. We got everybody back now?
I think so. I believe SirJunior is back too, yes?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, perfect.
Alrighty, let me kick it on over back to the live view here. All right. And go ahead and take it away, Chibi.
I mainly just see the question for segment 2, so I'm just gonna say welcome back, everybody. We are gonna do everything like we just did in the first segment, except in reverse order in terms of how our guests are answering. This will allow our guests to be able to answer the questions in a nice even spread. and prevent people from just going, yeah, what that person said, from being last all the time. If you have not been here yet, and thank you for the welcome back, we will do, I believe we have it live again already, question mark, I'm looking. Yep, we have our submitted question live currently. That is how you will be submitting your questions going forward. It's only 10 things, so like this is a test. It's only 10 viewer points, so make sure to use that to submit your questions, and it will be added to the poll that I will be putting up later in this segment. So, without further ado, I also really quickly want to take a moment, Vertec, do you have yours? And say huzzah to not only SirJunior, but also Sirkson and everyone else who's been super amazing. Thank you so much. We don't usually drink during this part, so cheers to you guys.
Yes, it requires it.
So,
I think was it Zengaku Katsu? I know I murdered that name.
I was scared of breaking.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I know that's why you said to everybody else, but I figured I'd give it a go.
And
Katsu. There we go.
Yes. And of course Hoovsy as well. But Yokai, we have your question up first, so why don't you go ahead and take it away? I know it's a bit of a big one.
Do you think Ashes of Creation will benefit from a form of labor or energy system similar to ArcAge? Do you think mechanics like this could enhance our Ashes economy, or by preventing market flooding and promoting trade between players, or would it risk limiting freedom and creativity in the game built around player agency? If something like labor were implemented, what safeguards or alternative systems, i.e. rest bonuses, guild-wide work orders, and regulation fatigue would make it feel engaging rather than you're in the way, constraining? I think I was watching some of the SpaceCoconut's videos and Vladis when I came up with this question. I was already kind of thinking it, but like their stuff also kind of hammered at home and made me want to ask this question to like other artisans. How I think how Vladis worded it is like one of the problems was that doing caravan runs inflated, like made it to where like people that were permanently online could just infinitely inject gold in the economy, and it made it was a snowball of power versus someone that was more casual. Someone that was more casual. And how ArcAge kind of gets around this is that they have a labor system to where it limits the amount of like things you can kind of do per day. But like it's obviously a broken system in that because it's pay to win. It's a very easy system to make pay to win. So I'm interested to hear like what everyone's thoughts are when it comes to a system like this coming in Ashes.
All right, and for our first person to answer this time around will be TideTactics.
Okay. Well, I think that a labor system or an energy system would be pretty dangerous bit. It would be a pretty dangerous bit to put in ArcAge, or put in Ashes from ArcAge, mainly because it's very restrictive. Yes, it will prevent market floods, but it can turn the market in a very unfun way where there's simply people will say like, okay, this is what's selling, this is the only thing that will be sold. This other market that it essentially would make it so only certain areas would ever be farmed and other things would pretty much just be abandoned wholesale, because with how they have the tiers flowing right now, with like going from apprentice into journeyman, there's like mass item lulls that happen, and then there's huge item spikes as certain buildings get made, and it would just turn certain areas into wastelands for certain periods, and then it would just be hyper packed, and it does kill a lot of player agency, to be honest, because someone who decides, okay, I want to play a long game here and I want to go for this material that I know is going to get used X, Y, and Z thing, they can go and do that, but then they just literally use all their labor on that and they have no progression anywhere else, at least for X amount of weeks until that material becomes used for something. And then it just slows everyone down. And artisans don't need more roadblocks. We need things to open up and be more accessible.
Right.
But the thing where you talk about regional fatigue, that could be an interesting wrinkle that you could use, like having certain regions of the map you have a energy system for, but that would be that's a lot of wishy-washy bits to it.
Fair. SirJunior.
Oh, for a energy system, I would highly be against it. I like the freedom that I have in Ashes currently. I can do anything I want. There's no restrictions. There's no limits, no dailies that I have to wake up to and like, oh, I gotta do all of this. I gotta get this done. Oh, let me get on Ashes before I start work. Get up an hour early, get it done. And then if you limit anything, and let's say I like doing one thing, like selling stuff. If you cap me on 200 gold a day, I'm gonna be angry. I'm gonna have like 20 accounts, different characters. You're gonna see SirJuniors everywhere, just so I can make more money in the game. So I don't think cutting anything off or adding an energy system will be benefit for the game. Work orders, guild work orders, I believe that's coming. I'm hoping that's there. I think what it would benefit is some sort of type of leaderboards on every single category, which would make people do certain things or every type of thing to try to go on top and make sure it's refreshed every month or someone can see that. And between all of this, I would love to get guild rep and see who's doing what and who's participating, especially in the town. Because town, I didn't do anything. I didn't get any rep in town, but I like to see who was participating in the town activities and who was doing what. Even when they did the wars, you can see who's number one, number two. That's the only reason why I would PvP in a war, because they have that system. So they should do it for everything, including crafting.
Mm-hmm. All right, going to SpaceCoconut.
So the interesting thing about this is, like, if you think about it, we already have a stamina system. The purpose of a stamina system is to slow down player progression in one certain area or another, something that stops them or slows them down from doing a thing. A traditional stamina system would piss a lot of people off. Nobody would like it. But if, let's say, the crates, right? We know that crate inflation was a big problem. If they increased the number of mats, if they increased the number of settlement tickets or whatever that you needed for a thing, causing a player to grind more, spend more time not doing a crate, but spend more time preparing to do a crate, that would have the same effect as a stamina system while being in line with what a stamina system is supposed to accomplish. And I think the trick to the answer to this question depends on what is the purpose of this stamina system. What are you trying to slow down? Would it benefit from it? I think so. Making things more scarce increases their value, but slowing down something like crates will slow down the amount of gold that gets injected into the system. We had unbridled, gold from crates in the last test, and that was a disaster. Everything cost really a lot, but if you could slow that down, I think the value would increase, and it'd be a good thing.
Okay, Pawkets.
All right, so when I read this question, I've not played Arcage, and I went with just what my base intention was, and I actually reached out to a couple of my guildies who played Arcage to try and kind of find their stuff. But my initial response was, this sounds absolutely horrendous. I don't have any experience with Arcade, but what this sounds like it'd be a quick way to deter a player like me. I would just avoid artisan loops altogether. I want to be a processor. I enjoy processing, right? However, if I had limitations put on me for that, like, no, I want to do it when I want to do it. I want to do how much I want to do. Like, I'd rather go out and gather for hours and hours on end and have my stuff stacked up. And then afterwards, I went into videos and looked at it. I heard feedback from my guildies and stuff. And now reading the chat here today, I feel a lot of people actually are in line with what my first take was on it, and that it sounds absolutely horrendous. I don't know how the system feels, but I hope that something like this is not put in.
There, Idunn?
I also don't know much about Arcade, but the general idea is I don't necessarily like a limit. Similar to what SirJunior said, is like I'm just gonna make another character so I can keep doing it because that's kind of all I want to do. But on the other hand, of making crafting feel important at all stages, I think is a little bit in there. Like artisanship, not just crafting, but like artisanship is a part of that. I think the big one for me is just guild-wide work orders. And I know it was talked about in chat, but even just like having a place to be like, hello, I can sell these goods, whether it be in-game, out-of-game, whatever. Even to say like, hey, our guild can provide these specialties is something I'd really like to see if they haven't already planned for it. But yeah, I don't know that a specific system to stop people from doing an action after a certain time of day would feel fun to play with, because that's the other side of it is, things got to be fun in order to keep people interacting with them. They have to get something out of it. So those, I don't think it'd be fun for me, at least.
Erwin?
I think not even with safeguards. As the artisan, I think that I would feel more labor resource starved during, and especially during the game, both at the start and end game, but also while I'm trying to level those artisans, my choice in artisanships. And during that time when I am leveling those, I would feel, and I think someone else hit this earlier, if I missed out on potential profit for crafting something for somebody, would just irk the ever-living crap out of me because I'm out of labor. Now, on the caveat to that, if I had to, like if this system got dropped on me, because I love playing Ashes, there would need to be a type of quick recovery, whether that be talking to a potion, getting a labor potion, or some form of recovering this labor in one of those instances would be there as well. Having the guild sponsor labor work orders as well, that then also refunded labor back to the person, or having the player, artisan, fund work or gathering requests from the same boards as well. I think that would allow for not only greater player engagement, but also greater guild engagement. But then it also introduces constraints as well. So the balance, just like every other system in this game, would have to be worked on. And if this was introduced, I also am in the line of thinking that I think we would lose more people to it than people would be on board for it.
Yeah, I could agree with that. And Bouncer.
Coming from a very huge background of Arcade, same with Steven, I had 6 accounts. And every single one of them had the subscription model. So I had 5,000, and I would buy these labor potions every week or every other week or whatever, just in order to gear out my entire guild. There was like 200 of us, and having the labor constraints, it wasn't enough to keep up with 200 people pushing gear, all of the material resource crafting stuff, all of that. It's just not enough to do it as a solo player. That's a money input into Intrepid's pocket that I think they would benefit from, but I don't think the labor system in and of itself should be implemented into Ashes, because it creates a higher not reward. Yeah, no, a higher reward for the RMT players selling these labor potions that are going to be pocketing money out of the Intrepid circle. So I don't think it's a good idea for Ashes. Although something like this could be beneficial for MMOs in the future if they prevented the RMT aspect. Not here. We already have a huge gate on. You have to mine materials. Okay, now I have to take those materials and put them into a processor. That takes time. Okay, and now crafting the item all the way on the other side of the world, that's a travel time gate. If you wanted to prevent a market flood, I think using gear, the artisan gear specifically, for the quality increasing on gathering, having soft gates on that. Say you have novice gear all the way at legendary, that only gives you maybe 150, but you have all the slots filled and whatnot. Now you're at 200. Maybe I can start hitting heroics better. Maybe I get really lucky and get one epic. I don't think I should see legendaries until after I have 300, 600, maybe even 1,000 gathering quality in that regard.
Yeah. That's a good point. All right, so for this next one, actually, we decided we're going to go back the other way, just because they are back-to-back Yokai questions. So, Yokai, here's your second question.
Okay. I do agree with you, Bruce, and I do like that you brought up RMT. Like that, it kind of leads into this question. What truly defines a player-driven economy in an MMO like Ashes of Creation? Is it presence of real supply and demand, meaningful scarcity, player independence, or something else? And how, in a true player-driven economy, can developers fight against RMT? We, like you said, we already have massive problems with RMT. I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon, especially when you have a player-driven economy like this. And what actually means a player-driven economy, because we see people that just make ults that just do all this stuff, or like guilds that are interdependent and stuff like that. So yeah, what does a player-driven economy mean to you guys, and how do you do that and fight RMT at the same time?
All right, and that starts us off with Bouncer.
My previous answer almost coincides perfectly with this one. The soft gathering gates for rarity would completely stop just the increase of bots coming in, right? They'd actually have to work on getting their gear and stuff like that, which gives Intrepid more time to catch the, oh, they're doing a script to do this to get to here to there, and they'll see a pattern in those profiles and those stuff like that. As it stands, everyone can get lucky and hit a legendary resource. With the gate, you prevent that, and now there's actual real people trying to upgrade their gear to get further along into the economy than just it flooding from day one. As you'll see, come the 11th, there will be people posting legendary leather pieces and legendary, like all tier 1 of novice, but it's still going to happen.
Eric? Erwin?
Let's see. I think the real supply and demand with meaningful crafting and artisan loops would be my idea of a player-driven economy where everyone feels like they can contribute to something, but also that they can ask for things and get delivery, on demand like that. To combat RMT, Redemptress said it better in chat, and that is, don't RMT.
Just don't do it.
Just don't do it. Don't feed the individuals looking to make money off of this. However, coming from a developer and IT guy, problem solver, general all around, fixer of things, I guess you could say. We've seen that they have the tools to track down bugs and also those that exploit them. I'm sure there are some types of automations, metrics, reporting, and workflow that could be implemented on the back end, which would allow Intrepid to make quick, decisive action. And I don't understand why it hasn't been implemented yet, unless it's just to help source out bugs and source out glitches and source out speed hacks and stuff like that.
Yeah. Idunn.
I think the first thing that defines a player-driven economy is the social aspects. This is a social sandbox. We are supposed to, be talking to each other and doing things. I think other than just saying like don't RMT, I think the only other option I can think of is like if you're someone that's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna have these accounts do all of these things, maybe a level 1 gather doesn't have gathering gear, doesn't have, they don't have the skill trees in yet, but they don't have the skill trees or anything. Shouldn't just be like, here's the second tree I've ever hit. Oh, 5 legendary. It should be really hard to achieve those things, and it should feel meaningful when you're like, I got my 5 legendary, I did it. And now let's see if I can do it again. Even with like pylons and everything else. I think for me, it's threading the line between like the weight of what being someone that primarily does that feels like versus having the system set in the game. So like community being like, yep, this is what feels good. We're deciding to moderate it, which I think at one point I've heard Steven be like, yeah, we want the community to moderate themselves and set what each different realm looks like. And then what's tracked in game. So what's supported as far as like, oh, cool, we have a board that you can post on in game versus we do it in the official Ashes Discord or wherever Discord, Golden Feathers Discord. Shout out. I know they have one. But I think it's trying to thread that line and then just, don't RMT. I'll say it like 8 times. Just don't.
Don't do it.
I feel this is actually something that is Intrepid's responsibility for specifically about the RMT thing, right? It is their responsibility to have systems in place to monitor, flag, catch these offenders of this sort of action. With the Dusty interview, hearing about the blackouts for certain items, I know that was directed at like stations and stuff like that, but like if they realize that, hey, something is an issue here, this is being utilized, they can just black out that item or black out that stuff, and that will help out, along with their systems of like the Eye of Shoal, where they can look at the back end and they can kind of see who is abusing their game, and what I think they need to do is they need to come down with very strong deterrents. They need to come down hard on those really bad actors. And like just specifically on this note, something that I have like, and I used to RMT in other games. I've done it because I make enough money that my time in game is so valuable that I would do that. But I've been hoping for this day for a very long time when Steven's words ring true. And I'll never forget the line that he says. He said, "It will be feared to buy gold in this game." And I need that to happen, and that is on Intrepid's. That's Intrepid's responsibility, and I hope that is actually something that stays with the game.
All right, Space.
For me, it was there's 2 parts to this question that I that came into my mind was in early mid Alpha 3. What was it? Rubies were a garbage material for a while, and then when the Steel Bloom jewelry pieces were discovered, they skyrocketed in price for a while, and then after everybody had their pieces, it dropped off again, and then I think copper spiked afterwards when something else was discovered. The market is already the game market already reacts to players and their needs and what they make So they've been pretty successful there, in my opinion. And I think just that people, the supply and demand is what makes that work, and it's been successful. But as for RMT, if they're going to do something about it, yes, they need strong deterrence. But I think maybe equally as important, maybe not as important as a strong deterrent. I think they need to work on how fast they react to situations coming up. Because if something happens and then we get thousands and thousands of gold put into the system in one way or another, the longer that that gold circulates and it gets infects the rest of the game, the more likely it is that we're going to wind up having to eat a rollback or something worse. And their reaction time to RMT and exploits and these sort of things is what needs to be taken care of above all else, or at least in my opinion.
SirJunior?
Finally, you guys have a merchant's question. I'm going to address the RMT first. Just publicly shame and ban these people. Put their names up. Let everyone see who the RMTers are. And they won't do it again. And if they do, shame them again. And I'm not a tech genius, but I would think that there would be something implemented where you can track trades or high value trades or market trades with high amount golds. I mean, I would love for them to track my trades and tell me everything I do. I want to see who bought what from me, and the economy itself, I love this game because of the economy, because depending on player knowledge of the game depends on what increases in value. So supply and demand is 100% real in this game. And having knowledge of the market and every single item there is and how hard is it to get that item, you can determine the price. And you can create scarcity on your own, which I have done many times. I'm sorry for some of the overpricing stuff I had, but I just couldn't help it. I had to search, buy everything, and relist it. And you can do that too, and everyone else can too. I'm talking about the crafting system. They made it really hard with the amount of mats you needed to make an item, but this allows lower players to be able to gather and sell. I had people bringing me wood every day, flowers, every single kind of mat that you could think of at low value. They were bringing me, and I was buying in bulk. And they were making money and being able to play the game. And when they asked me, can you make this? Yeah, I can make this. Just bring me this. How much you charge? Nothing, as long as we have a deal. And we just continue to run the game together. The merchanting system is awesome because of that. The economy is great. And I wouldn't change anything except the RMT.
And
one thing I'd like to add on there, just because you mentioned it, I just wanted to add a quick thought, is if they allowed deep market analytics for everybody, players would be reporting RMT like crazy.
Yeah.
The self-reports would be out of this world.
All right. Well, we are going to go on to TideTactics question. By the way, this is the last question for this part of the segment. If you haven't already...
I didn't get to respond to your question.
Okay, yeah. Hold on one second. If you have any questions that you need to submit to us, be sure to do that, because after TideTactic answers this question, he's going to be asking his own question right after that. So just want to put that out there, because
after the end of that, after the end of that, you won't be able to submit any of the questions. So
yeah, and I don't want to interrupt later, so we're doing it now. But TideTactic, it's because you're answering the question and then asking your own. I wanted to get here. So.
No worries.
Cool.
It's just more on like dealing with iron tiers is it's always a combat problem. You have to make the price so high for people RMTing that it's just a disaster to do it. And public shame is probably your best bet. Someone even posted a very interesting suggestion about putting people in like those old-timey medieval shackles and putting them like next to the gates when you first come into the into ashes, essentially being like these people got shipped back because they were violating the game. So stockades, yep. And I think that would be a pretty cool way of handling it. I know Steven is super against shaming people, but I think the reason he's kind of in that boat because they don't ever want to get it wrong. Because the moment that they get it wrong and they have to walk something back, it turns into its own type of PR hell. So that's why we're probably trying to play the safe and sorry role with it. But I think just being aggressive in the short term would probably help deter it in the long run. And on the point of the player-driven economy in MMOs, supply and demand is already working very well in the game. Because of crates, there is such a high sink for high value materials, like people wanting to make heroic and epic crates. There's a really big sink for those, and for the sink for that, and for gear. Also, on the gear question, on the gear statement that this links into Bouncer's gear statement as well, about how low levels at the beginning should not be able to get certain high value materials, and that would probably help with the player-driven economy as well. Sorry, I know that my time.
No, it's okay. I had a feeling you were trying to wrap it up, so go ahead and bring up your next question.
Okay. My question is, what are your favorite and least favorite aspects of the Artisan system? If you could implement one change immediately, what would it be? For me, my least favorite, my favorite part of the Artisan system is the breadth of it. It is a very wide system right now, but my least favorite aspect is that it is very shallow. It has the depth is not there yet. It's as wide as the ocean, is deep as a pool right now. If I could make one change right now immediately, and I have it implemented tomorrow, it would be the Artisan skill tree. That is my shining point on the mountain. That's everything for this, is that because I think it would unlock so many things with the Artisan system and actually give it a meaningful progression. That's the big lump here, is like progression feels like, yes, I got to apprentice. What does that get me? Oh, I can work with this new material, but does it actually get me anything? Does it make me any better at what I'm doing? Do I mine this better? Yeah, I got a slightly shinier pickaxe, but can I get more ore when I'm using this pickaxe now? Can I get more stone? Can I find more shinies? So on and so forth. Or like with weapon smithing, am I more efficient? Do I use less materials? Like all of this. Visual progression that lets the player feel like they're accomplishing something is a big deal for me.
Very fair. All right, SirJunior, what are your thoughts?
All right. My least favorite aspect of the Artisan system is that I'm forced to be an artisan to make massive amount of money. I didn't have to before, but this phase around, they kind of forced you into being an artisan if you want more gold or if you want to make higher tier items. And that also coincides with the reagents at higher tier and the crafting at higher tier, that it costs the same to make a common and a legendary. The only difference is the mat cost. It shouldn't cost the same to make a common tier 3 weapon than a legendary tier 3 weapon. That goes again to saying about players. They are not always rich. The majority of the players in the game maybe have 10, 15 gold, less than that. So sometimes you want to cater to these people. And for a merchant or an artisan, you can't cater to them because you're spending that amount to make the weapon or more. So they need to do something to where it's cheaper to make common items than legendary items. That's what I would implement. My favorite system about the Artisan is the end game when it comes to the enchanting, on how hard it is, and the what's the other one? It's when you level it up. I forget what it's called. It's
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called right now, but
yeah. But those are the two systems in the game that
tempering.
Tempering,
there you go. Thank you. Tempering and enchanting are probably the most end game part, and that's probably my favorite part. And I would just want them to keep it going for hardcore players to be able to make things that no one else can make.
Yeah.
We're also missing Ascension.
Yeah. Space.
So I have a tendency to automatically go negative in some of these questions, so I'm going to try and lean towards the positive side on this. My favorite aspect of the Artisan system is the variety of weapons we have access to. You can get spears from anvils, spears from the Jundark, the desert, any of those places, and they have different purposes or different stats that kind of make the specific piece of gear lean towards a specific play style. Maybe crit from the anvils, power from the desert, maybe the magic spears from the Jundark are better. All of those, that variety is really, really neat, and I really like that aspect. Unfortunately, the meta takes over, and some areas get farmed more than others, and it's going to cause a scarcity, and that's a different problem. But I wish that we could control through Artisanship which pieces of gear have how we could control the stats on the gear ourselves. If we wanted a physical type of spear, like only spears can come from the anvils, and then you go to the anvils and you craft your spear, and you have to use materials from the desert if you want to make a crit spear in the anvils. That sort of thing, to have some kind of agency over what kind of weapon we're creating. Otherwise, there are recipes that are going to go completely unused because the weapons are kind of pointless. And I like that idea. It's something that a game called Nightingale kind of did, and their crafting system was really, really in depth in that way. And I'd like to see that in Ashes.
Oh. All right, I believe we're at Pawkets.
I kept the first part very short and sweet. Favorite part about Artisans is processing. Least favorite is crafting. And I've already kind of mentioned that. Like, I do not want to be a crafter at all. If I were to put in an immediate change right now, it is because processing is my favorite thing. I'd put in freeholds in the game, because freeholds are intended to be for the processor's highest level of Artisan. You can only do the highest tier at a freehold. I want not only to see the updated freeholds, but they actually need to have the appropriate systems in place along with them, which I know that is a huge ask and a huge change, which is why, like, I'm sure they're not in as it currently stands. Because in order for you to have the freeholds up and functioning properly, you actually need to have the family system already in. You also need to have the alternative settlement housing that's put in, and like I also think they need to adjust the way that you obtain a freehold as well, with it being the actual bottleneck of the quest line, not just a purchase and stuff like that. And so as a processor, as somebody who loves to do processing, that is the biggest change that I would want right away.
Idunn?
I'm going to start with the positive. The positive, very broadly, it exists. Because I think I watched a video rather recently talking about how long actual artisanship has been in the game, which hasn't been all that long, all things considering. Now to the change, because I don't necessarily think I have a least favorite, because I've just accepted it's where it's at, and eventually it will be great. And right now, it's an alpha. I'll take that bingo card, please. But I think one change would be customization. I saw it in chat. I don't want the New World RNG system. I would like a customization. But, and this is from a non-MMO game that I had, that it'd be like, okay, you put in a blue gem, and that means that you can get one of 3 types of stats whenever you make it. I'm not saying that's for Ashes, non-MMO based game, but that would, I think, would be cool, because it'd be like, oh, cool, I got a sapphire. That means I can get this type of thing, maybe. I just want any customization. I'd also like my name on it to say that I made it. I know that's coming, but I'd really like that to be like, hey, look, there's my things. And also concerned when it comes up on the market, be like, who's selling my things? Who is doing it? But I think those are the main points. I'm just happy that it's in, and I'm happy that they're obviously working on it, and it's not just, it's going to come later TM and being forgotten in the background. Yeah.
It's fair. Erwin?
Been having some fun conversations in the channel, but the Band-Aids fix outside boo-boos, alcohol fixes inside boo-boos. If I would, I'm gonna start like Idunn did and say, my favorite thing about this is that I'm restricted to only so many per character. I hope it stays that way. I hope they don't go to account-wide only 2 Grandmasters. Least favorite thing is the bag and bank space it uses. I spend a lot of time sorting, and I'm not a very good sorter. So, and then if I could introduce one change, and then I've got enough time because I've actually got 2 of these, and I couldn't choose between either of them. I would implement the immediate introduction of the automation, metrics, reporting, and workflow that I said on the last question to stop the RMTing. That way we have, a good balanced economy. Nobody's buying gold. Nobody's doing this, that. My second one would be abolish this type of crafting system and go with a Path of Exile style crafting system where you have a target and it's possible to obtain this, but you have a chance at getting a lower stat in one than the other, or vice versa. Mm-hmm. This would also allow for a dump of materials, a dump of gold, and just general overall crafting being a widely sought after thing to do. And I think that would honestly be the biggest caveat, would be, or not caveat, but the biggest change to this would be the love of crafting. I love PoE crafting, so that was just on me.
All right, bounce it.
Piggybacking off of SirJunior, being forced into a crafting would prevent with the gear split that I suggested before, and we used the graph that was shown on screen for a little bit. Then, as a person that only grinds on mobs, you could then just grind on mobs, get the gear that's common or uncommon that's drops, maybe sometimes rare. You can then ascend that piece into your current head or current item that you want to ascend into rare or heroic, stuff like that, and that will alleviate the need to having to go to a crafter to get your BIS item. That also works in the favor of crafters, because now they still have to get those items to combine them and then ascend, so they're not just getting it immediately. You still have to wait for the world to come around. My favorite aspect of the Artisan system is just how complicated some items can get. I thrive in problem solvings at a larger scale, and I just really love how difficult armor and weapons can get at the later game aspects. You have like 6 to 10 items just for weapon and armor molds to go into 4 or 5 more, sometimes 6 more items just for the weapon or armor. My least favorite probably have to be anybody that doesn't invest in their gathering gear getting legendary materials. By far, hands down, that should be something, an artisan who is dedicated to going to hit rocks or trees or something, that should be their entire gameplay loop. They're the ones bringing the rare resource into the market, not somebody that's like, oh, I've never gathered before, I hit this tree, oh, I got a legendary, I'm going to sell that for max profit, now I have to never do it again.
Mm-hmm. Fair. All right, and Yokai. And the next up is our open discussion.
There's so many amazing takes. I do want to go into like each and every single like there's so much things I want to go into when we get to open discussion. I'm kind of gonna echo what Bruce just said with the like least favorite aspect of it. Like you have it in the game right now to where I just like level 1 like we're testing right now. They've made it to where like you're meant to go out like to get your tools and do like the continue the quest. You're like you meant to go out and gather stuff and then bring back and continue and make something. I can go out novice tools, no level whatsoever, and immediately get like I got 2 legendary procs right off the bat. That shouldn't happen. That should not be able to happen. But like here's the thing with that as well. If that happened, like if that didn't happen, then even more crafting would fall behind in terms of like mob drop gear. So I love what Coconut said about making it to where like Coconut and Idunn said this, you making it to where like you can customize the gear more online. I've said this for years now. More online has a really great system to where I put in Ashwood or Oakwood, they do 2 different things. They make the craft different fucking things. So making it to where like you have a lot more customization behind what the crafts can do, I would love that. I would love that system being implemented. More realistically though, I'd probably get rid of mob drop gear and make it to where mobs drop where crafting comes from. The crafting is the meaningful stuff and like basically the only way you get gear, but also like make it to where mobs actually drop crafting materials like Monster Hunter style crafting materials. Like I think you still get the dopamine effect of like, hey, I got these procs, I got this drop for the thing. You still get that dopamine that people want, but it still feeds into the economy and the crafting.
Very fair. All right. This is where we're gonna have 15 minutes for everybody to chat, and we're gonna take down the option to submit a question. I will get you the poll as soon as I can. But I don't know, you know, one thing I kind of want to see, because for me personally, now that we have a whole group of artisans here, we've had this conversation off and on throughout our podcast. What are your thoughts on mob drops? Does it bother you that there's mob drops? And is that something that you think is a threat to your artisan skills?
I don't think they can exist in the same space. To make one a thing takes away from the other one. If mob drop gear exists, then it takes away from crafting. Where crafting, yes, it can make the best shit, but it doesn't make the best shit until the end of the game. And mob drops still right now can drop legendary. Like it's a rare thing, but
you need 2 separate scales for drops and artisan to be coexisting. If it's in the same gear scale, it's never going to work out because you just rushed to end game and now you have the best gear. You don't have to worry about anything previous ever.
Using their current tier system, if tier 1 gear is all dropped gear, then the power of the monsters that we're fighting at the same level or whatever needs to be so much that only tier 2 or tier 3 gear can defeat those monsters. Players need crafted gear in order for if they want mob dropped gear to be relevant. I think that's what I'm saying.
Ooh.
Or they go the route of shattered gear. So essentially, the gear that people would get from mobs is destroyed or broken in some fact, and that still requires the crafters to repair said item with materials.
That's my graph. That's exactly my graph.
Yeah, or the person can decide just to shatter the piece and deconstruct it into materials to be used for another item.
And then at the very least, the people who hate crafting, right?
Yeah.
They can take that shattered piece, trade it to a guildie and say, hey, just give me a sword. It doesn't matter what it is. I need something.
Exactly.
What if on the drops, instead of making them at or equal to a crafting base type of deal, if somehow they were applied a used or gently used status where it would diminish the stats and the damage output on those, and it couldn't go higher, but then like you were saying, deconstruct, turn it into something else that could then be put towards a crafted item. I think that might be a great solution now that I'm thinking more and more about it.
I think that would be
The problem is we're MMO players. If there is a route for a player to avoid having to make something, even if they have to fight something at 3/4 power, they'll find a way to do it so that they don't have to take the extra step. So say you drop you were talking about the goblin, is it the goblin cleaver?
Goblin flesh rippers, yeah.
Goblin flesh ripper. If it was to be dropped as a broken piece and it would have 75% of the stats as it normally did, that person, instead of trying to get it repaired to be at full power, they'd be like, you know what? I don't got to worry about this. I have my item. I'm just going to keep using it, and I'll only get it repaired if I absolutely have to, and that's the only reason.
To counter that, a PvP player is going to want the best gear, so they're going to force getting more of those to combine them together. I talk about this in this thread. It's a 500 response thread, all going over all of these questions and answers and responses. It's an amazing topic. If you want to be the ones getting the drops from, say, the Corruption Harbinger event, you're going to want to PvP. You're going to have to PvP. There's going to be people forcing you to PvP. And if you don't have those best items after combining together to get into that bracket, you're just not going to compete. And this is what this game is. It's PvX. We're competing.
Mm-hmm.
So I do want to say that, like, a lot of you guys seem to be on the same page with this, like the drops and the crafted being two separate systems, and like you can't have both and things like that. I actually love their current system as it stands right now, where the tier 1, common, uncommon kind of stuff. As a gatherer, I have shit tons of stuff that I'm ready to go to my artisans that are doing the crafting and stuff, and I'm like, hey, I've already processed it. Here you go. Can you make me this, right? And I don't ever settle for dropped gear. I have several guildies that are like, hey, let's go farm gear at this area. I'm like, why farm gear when I can go gather the stuff that I know is going to make the item that I want, and I'll use that on the way up. And I have a set goal at level 12. I have my heroic level 10 item, and because I know that I'm going to gather that stuff anyways to level up my artisans, and it'd be better for me to go through a crafter than it would be for me to go hopefully find a item that works and stuff like that. With me specifically, I want a short spell bow. I will always use a short spell bow. If one happens to drop, yeah, I'll use it, but the chances of that happening are probably not good. I'm going to do what I'm going to do, right?
Yeah, it's honestly, short spell bow is just so comfy.
I want to go back to
I have like a love-hate relationship with this one.
Idunn.
I was
Just make sure you're not over talking each other, that's all.
I wanted to go back to what Aaron said earlier. Stop taking my points. Stop doing this. I think there should be some sort of usability for drop gear, but it should be very low, because what about the guilds of 10 people that are trying their best that don't have the ability to pump things out? The new players that are like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't know what my options are. To give them something in the interim, but it still pushes the understanding of wanting to find a crafter to do it better, because yes to oh god, I'm so bad at name. Pawkets, there we go. Sorry, it's been a day. You should want to prioritize your gear and all of that stuff, but we all have the benefit of having tested and played the system and knowing exactly what you want that to look like. What happens on full release? Nobody's been following, nobody's been paying attention. I don't know what an MMO looks like. I don't know what my quote-unquote build is supposed to be, meta or otherwise. Give them something to be like, oh, that's an option? Oh, okay. And then go, oh, but I saw something on the market that's a lot better. I wonder if I can do that, or if I wonder if I can barter, here's my chest plate, give it to an artisan, they deconstruct it, and they make it 3,000 times better. Or something like that, to have a give and take between finding new and, no, I already know crafting's going to be better. I know what I want. I'm just going to wait for that.
Yeah. And then Tide, I believe you also had a point that you wanted to share.
Actually, I can actually train off of Idunn's point as well. One thing that they could do is implement a different trade window. Instead of trading someone, it opens a repair window where a person puts said gear into the window, and then if the crafter has the ability to repair it, the person who needs the item done puts the item in, puts the money in. The crafter who's repairing it puts their craft material in, and then they both have to lock in the button similar to a trade. And then once the trade is completed, that person performs the repair on the broken item, and that way we don't have to risk anyone losing their items to anybody, to scammers or anything like that. Everyone's happy, and it's new player friendly because you can include that in a tutorial. Just having an NPC that they have to trade, you can give them a broken piece of gear that they farm off the level 1 goblins, and their literal first introduction to the system can be right at the beginning, so they miss nothing. And so they totally understand that mobs will drop broken gear for you, and you have to find someone who can repair it or has the skill to repair it.
That's amazing. It works perfectly.
Like if they put in the dialogue to be like, hey, you should go find an artisan to repair this for you. There's many in Vera.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. Also, SirJunior, were you trying to say something too? I had multiple voices at once.
Yeah, it's about the mob drops. I love mob drops. I don't like that they forced me into becoming an artisan. This time around, all I was doing was in town, crafting and processing all day long. Friends would tell me, let's go on an adventure. I was like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Before, I used to travel across the lands, searching far and wide for that drop. Now I'm just crafting. That's all I'm doing. And it's worth it more to craft than to go out and mob farm. I liked it when I was able to go out far and kill a few things. I'm like, oh wow, this is a cool drop. Never seen this before. You can't do that anymore. You have to be able to learn the system, learn the craft, find what you need to. It's like busy work all day long. So they don't give you a choice if you're a merchant. You have to be an artisan. You have no choice. But the last phase, it was the opposite for me. I would go out and mob for 10, 20 hours straight and be able to sell things and profit. I can't do that anymore. So I would like to see some type of balance. Maybe the broken armor or the destroyed armor you get from them and repairing would be good. But they need to do something with mobs. I even PvP'd more. I think I forced PvP'd once, and I'm like, it's a waste of time. Just you won. And I left to go craft or something. Before I would fight for a boss or plan an attack to see if I can be able to get the boss. I don't do that anymore because it's not worth it. They made boss drops in Valorant. There's no reason to farm bosses. There's no reason to stay on mobs 5-6 hours at a time trying to get a specific item because it's almost non-existent. I don't know how they would find a balance, but they need to do something to where you're not forced to do one thing to make a certain amount of money in the game. I think you should be able to profit in all areas of the game.
Yeah, but that also works with the broken gear aspect, because then you just have to you can still get the drop, but you would have to then just get it repaired.
If that would fix it, that would be awesome. I mean, as long as I'm getting something, I don't mind getting a broken gear from really far. Like the anvils, I went twice and I was like, never again. You know how long that trip took from the Riverland?
Yeah.
I could have made 50 gold in this time. Why am I traveling? You know,
especially because, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Time is money for me, so traveling was ridiculous to me.
The travel up to the anvils was especially ridiculous because they left the guild vendor enabled up there at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're down here in, Old Ayla, and I go, we can have a guild right now. We could be leveling 1, 2, 3% faster if I go up and I create a guild. So I just hoofed it on the mount all the way up there, bought the guild standard and everything, and then I was like, okay, now I got to go back to a city that's completed. So hoofed it all the way back down, and by the time I did that, that's when they noticed that, hey, the actual vendor's not supposed to be in there, and they did a drop patch, removed it, but it was just like, okay, there's so much to do.
Now there's follow in the game.
Yeah.
So, kind of off topic, but like Erwin said something in his last point about like having a system similar to PoE. It's not. It'd be a completely different system what we currently have, but it would literally fix almost all the problems that Ashes has of the player independency, like players having like mobs dropping gear. Like, I am not against mobs dropping gear in a game, but like my opinion is that it takes away from the crafting system in the current system we have. If you do a system like where you have it to where like PoE doesn't, you have mob drops. You can do that. Like players can still do it. I do a lot of stuff that solo players can still do stuff. But you have a completely player market that is just bustling and doing. Like feeds into itself. Like it is, and it promotes crafting to get the best stuff. Like it does everything that you kind of want it to do. It's a completely different system, though. I'm not against that. I do love PoE, 100%. So I do love the idea of them adopting it, but it'd be completely different than what they're currently doing.
In all honesty, that would slow down. I'm sorry, Chibi.
It's all right. Just real quick. 1 minute and 30 left for voting. Go back to you.
In all honesty, it would also slow down progression because you would have the loot explosion that occurs in PoE, but then people would be, hogging that into their bags, keeping what they could, dropping what they couldn't, so that it would fill up other players' bags. They'd run back to town to sell. They could have that player interaction, like, "Hey, I've got this. Does anyone want to trade my int stam for a strength stam sword," or something along those lines? You would have a lot more player interaction, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this goes back to it's a social sandbox game. We're all supposed to be talking and working together to make the systems, at least from what Steven said, which is why I like this one.
So if Quaternion Slurp is looking, let's nuke the crafting system at its core right now and go PoE with a few caveats.
Which, for those that don't know, Quaternion is, I believe, Corey from the devs. So, yeah, I love the work they've been doing.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a... I'm trying to think here. Everything with this just turns into... I don't know. It just gets really ugly when you talk about trying to change their core crafting system.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's ugly when you try to change, like when you're talking about changing any of this, like any of this. Like if you're someone that's in the PvP and wants the game to be like more of a rating game, then you're talking about it not like someone that's like against PvP. Like then you're talking about changing the game to be something that it's just not, right? Like
exactly.
This would also remove the cookie cutter idea of it all.
True. All right. Well, our votes are officially closed. Thank you all for your participation. And we are tied for first, but you know what? I'd like Erwin to go first. So I'm pretty sure this is Erwin's question about resource starvation.
Yeah.
So, Erwin, if you want to go ahead and ask it, and then Chaotic is still tied with you. So we'll go to that one next after it's exhausted.
So I asked resource starvation, overfarming of material to impact a settlement. Do you view this as a valid political move, or are you against it? And in my answer to my own question, I am for it, actually. Like, if, we've got, we'll say Polar and Aura, just because, they're two of the more prominent ones that I can think of at the moment. If Aura's over here, like, oh, Polar took the first town, or vice versa, Aura took the first town, let's go harvest every single oak, ash, everything over there, to then therefore, put that node in a state of suspension almost, then I think that would be a viable option as a form of economic PvP. Now also, this would also introduce the, hey, they're over here farming our stuff. Those assholes, let's go get them, type of thing like that. War deck, stuff like that. Anything that you could do to get these people to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick clarification question. You're talking about essentially poisoning the well type of stuff, where once they implement the land score thing, essentially farming out the area to try and tank the land score to make the area useless?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that I think is a great system, and that will encourage a lot of guild PvP and node PvP, I guess, if you have people from a specific node coming over to just do that type of thing. I could see that. I think it's a great idea. I just think that it'll get a little ugly. It'll get ugly for the people who don't really understand it, and they're just like casually there just farming, and then they just get blown up. Because they're thinking like, oh, I can just be here farming this, and it's like, nope, dead.
No, a system
You
like that
cannot be there.
A system like that's supposed to feed into like their like technically it's supposed to feed into like how the harbingers are supposed to work, right? Like that's supposed to be like, oh well, if you overfarm an area, now the area start getting I start to feel like getting corrupted and stuff like that. So, and you get the taxes and stuff. Like you can like that's supposed to also feed into the node wars and the XP that's been going on. Like it's supposed to feed into a whole bunch of other systems. So like that's been one of the things that like we've all been speculating for years now, and like just like waiting for that like something like that to happen. Like really, it's the dream system like they've been talking about, but like at the same time like is it going to operate like how it's going to operate, like how we hope it is. Similar to sieges, our siege is going to be like we hope they're going to operate. Sorry, go ahead.
Would gate a lot of resources at the higher rarities coming in as well. So as the resource land management scale comes in, you're going to have a higher gate now because, oh, you're just mining trees. Oh, your resource score for this area is terrible. So now you're only just going to get commons and uncommons because of this. I see that being beneficial, but I also seeing it heavily abused by toxic large communities that are just going, okay, so we don't like this guild here in this town, so we're just going to mine their stuff all day on a rotation until they leave or they can't do anything and have to go elsewhere.
Yeah,
I would like
they'll also have to balance that by giving them essentially like giving the farming profession or something a way to reinvigorate the land with certain fertilizers and stuff that they can make. Because they already have them. The mulch already exists and stuff.
I could see like a land enrichment mayoral issue, like a job or a quest board.
Bouncing off that one, the enrichment, they could have like a dial. If your mobs are getting killed, okay, so the blood is going to feed the land. But if you're only gathering, it's going back this way into resource null, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Pawkets had something, and then I have a thing also.
Yeah, so like this is actually something that I really look forward to. Number one, as a mercenary guild, we actually have like secret weapons in our guild that are nothing but like over harvesters that we can let loose on a particular area. Grumpy Guy is one of them that would just chop trees all day long. He got to level 21 in phase 2 just from chopping trees. If you put him in a certain location to specifically do that, the trees are gone. Then I would actually like to utilize this as economic warfare to like preempt for things such as like node wars or node sieges. I want to see that gatherers and artisans have a place within like the node sieges to like build reinforcements, have quests that say, hey, we need this type of tree so that we can, you know, have stronger walls during this time, right? I want to see those being interactive, objective-based things that happen alongside of it, and I would like to see that land management kind of go into it.
You want to see PvP or artisans get involved in PvP? Take away our materials.
Yes, I do. I do.
Materials.
Yeah, that will get artisans involved in PvP.
You get bloodthirsty chibi over here.
I think I was gonna say the same thing, Pawkets. I would love, as an artisan main, to get involved when my guild is like, you know what, we're gonna fight somebody, because you know I'll chop cheese for you. Sure, I'll stand here, smack a rock. I think somebody said it in chat. You're like, artisan mains for the win. I will hurt them by smacking my rocks. But yeah, it would be cool. I think there's also the aspect of, I like the idea of my guild is doing some sort of war thing, and I get to help them. I get to be there and participate, and feel like I'm helping out my guild or my allies or whatever, even if I am not actively hitting someone in the face with a spell or something. So Yes, I like that a lot.
Yeah. Brooke, could I take an aside real quick for you guys? You guys are talking about a system that, I mean, realistically, people who are here for Steam have never heard of this before. And somebody did ask in chat, but what is a land score? It's an invisible thing. And Vertec, you can pause their clock if you need to. It's an invisible score that will be based on the amount of resources in an area and how well that's being taken care of, whether it's maybe planting stuff or gathering things, etc. But it can be affected by overgathering, which means that land score would go down. And by the lower the land score, it would eventually lead to either things not spawning back as often or at all. And I think that is something that Steven has said before is a very valid way of conflict by over harvesting certain areas. And Steven loves this conflict. So that is the context by which they are discussing. I will give you guys back your time now.
Yeah, this is 100% PvP for gatherers. Who can gather more? Set off the gatherers. Zenga, where you at? You need to go out there and chop every single tree, hit every single rock. I want everything down. And this would also progress every other node. Because if the same material can be farmed in another node, I'm not going to gather here. I don't even want to be involved here. I'm going to go to another town. And guess what? Then that node could go up. And then more mayors could come in. And I can make more money.
You'd have people PvPing you a lot more. If people had to pay attention to land score, you'd have people PvP. This reminds me of a game all the way back when like Ashes first came out and I first joined Envy. It's called God, what the fuck was that name called? It was like a 3v3 v3 survival game with like a Norse kind of a twist to it, but they each side.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Northgard.
No, it was Northgard. It was Northgard. No, not Valheim. No, I could find it. It's in my library still. I'm not gonna look at it right now. But each side had different resources, and so people would have to come over to your side to be able to get the resources and farm that out, and you'd be PvP people to come to defend your resources and stuff like that. I think you're right that it'd be fun. It's a great way to get both crafters and incentivize like that scarcity of resources better. But at the same time, like I think you also potentially need, if you're gonna have that land resource thing that Chibri was talking about and explaining, then you need a way to maintain or take care of it as well. I think you need some kind of like planting or something that regrow, like people can use to like, hey, I'm taking care of the environment kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
We did chat a little bit about like the enrichment things, but I'll let you continue on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think it's all in how it's implemented that really is the sticking point for a lot of people, because you have like your personal decisions on what line of that you want to stand on. Like, I'm gonna be a tree hugger, or I am the Lorax, I speak for the trees. Stop cutting down my trees. You know, whatever you want, right? But it's just how it's implemented that is the stick, I think, for a lot of people.
Can you imagine the land score getting implemented and then all those people that are AFK fishing outside of Briarmore farms that just impacts that settlement now? Just automatically cratering everything from the start.
It was called Rend, by the way, the game I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, those farmers would have to move.
Yeah.
Very fair. We do have our next question that was voted on. This is by Anarchaotic, which I kind of like that because it's like anarchist, but chaotic anarchist. And they're asking, will the changes to the economy that are coming, or with the changes to the economy that are coming, and the population spike that Steam will most likely bring to the game, do you think that larger guilds with more people dedicated to gathering and crafting will effectively shut out the smaller guilds and solo crafters from making good money on the market? Or is it balanced enough that small economy-focused guilds and solo entrepreneurs can properly compete?
Didn't Steven or somebody say at one point that the game is not intended to be done solo ever? So you are supposed to find somebody to play with?
Yeah, he did. I don't think this influx of people will be a factor at all once we get a larger expanded landmass. I think even with the amount that we started out with, the 8,100, it went out real fast. All of a sudden we saw server stability because, dynamic gridding wasn't fully implemented yet, but it balanced out real fast. It was definitely one of the better launches that we've had.
I mean, yes, obviously, like what Idunn was saying just now, the game is definitely it's meant for larger groups. Like if you're a solo player coming into this, you're probably gonna have a harder time. But I think the larger groups are potentially not gonna try their best not to interact with the trade system as much as possible. They're gonna do internal trades and stuff like that to try to get around like having to pay taxes and relying on other people as much as possible, and also like keeping some of that like the better stuff like in house so it doesn't leak out and they have that advantage over their enemies. This actually brings me back to like Guild Wars 2. There's a whole like secret group, kind of like what SpaceCoconut, like when you guys did your interview with him and he was talking about doing that whole like shadow organization trader group. Like there's an entire group like that in what'd you say?
I said, yeah, buddy.
Yeah, so there's an entire group like that in Guild Wars 2, and their entire purpose of doing that is to get around taxes and not have to they save so much more money and make so much more money just by not going through the auction house and having to pay the tax. So you're going to have those groups, and it's going to affect how the smaller groups in the economy works. But I don't think it's going to flat out make it to where they can't survive, though.
Yeah.
So for big guilds, yes, they are going to go in and make the best stuff in the beginning, get the best things, have everything that everyone wants first, because they're feeding their main artisans. So their main artisans are, course, are going to be the highest level, the highest QR quality rating. They're going to have the highest everything. But you can also do it with a small guild. You can be organized. Like Orion's Order is a small guild, but we all work together and we get everything done. Now, as for a solo player, you can do it as a solo player. Before Orion's, I was a solo player, and I was one of the richest people, but I was very social. I had to communicate with people. I had to have people on my friends list. I used Discord to message people. I had to negotiate and meet up with people and do deals and do existing deals. The more social you are in the merchanting side, the more money you'll make. So you have to be active into speaking to people. You have to know who's the heavy hitters. Like, you see me right now. If you want to chop trees and sell me your wood every day, I'll buy it. I'll buy the rocks, I'll buy the wood, because I need every single piece to make one single item sometimes. And if I want to make multiple items, I would still make them just so I can sell it for a little profit. As long as I'm making 10%, I'm fine. And as a solo player, you can, but you have to be social.
One of the other things you got to think about is when you see that solo entrepreneur that is incredibly successful running the entire market, you actually want them in your guild. Like, those guilds will actually actively try to recruit people like that are making moves, they're hustling and things like that. They're like, hey, that's a good asset to have in our guild. Exactly. And so you would actually look to try and pull those kind of people in. But speaking about like how smaller guilds can actually compete, I really loved this aspect with like the rarity that happened with hunting and stuff like that. Like, there was a guild that was a relatively smaller guild that their guild leader actually got 3 legendary coal in phase 2 and basically funded their entire guild off of selling one of those legendary coal because it was that valuable. And like, that's why I like that super rare, super valuable stuff. Also another small guild that basically was able to really hold their own in, I think it was phase 1, was Elite Zenkai. They're only like a 10-man guild, but like, if you know the ins and outs of the game and you are a solid group of players, you are able to like basically, stick your foot in that door. I do think that eventually some of the 500, 600 man guilds, they are going to probably be able to push their weight around. But I think that this game is built in a way that it is able to be done. It's not going to be an easy task, though.
Simple thing that I think that could be done to like bring power back to the. This goes back to the nodes. Bring power back to like the smaller guilds, or like the guilds that are more focused on crafting and stuff like that, versus the larger PvP guilds and stuff like that. Get rid of the fucking flying mount from nodes. If you get rid of the flying mount, then large guilds, like large PvP guilds, are like kind of lose some of the interest in the nodes when it comes to like getting their guild leader or getting their shot callers into like that seat of power and having the flying mount. They're not gonna like, they're gonna be less inclined to want to like mob that, and you're gonna have people that more want to focus on developing the node and developing the crafts and stuff like that, focused on actually like doing the like being in those leadership positions.
Yeah,
there's only supposed to be 6. And it's only supposed to be within the node that you control. So it's not supposed to be over the entire world.
I'm aware, but like even those 6 nodes, I'm still against the fucking flying mounts. Get rid of the fucking flying mounts out of the game.
Yeah, we'll have gliders soon enough.
I want to, before Chibi, yes, just to go back to the smaller guilds versus big guilds. I think the one thing, because we talked about it loosely about the like artisan skill tree and stuff, but like guild skill trees, I think that might also provide people with an edge, depending on, because I think there's supposed to be multiple ways that you can level your guild, not just crates. Eventually, obviously that's not in the game at the moment, but with that, you could have a small guild that is able to level up and therefore level all the way up into their crafting profession, whatever, or stuff, and then they can contend with a big guild that isn't prioritizing that so much, or is a little bit slower because all of their people are doing multiple things at once, versus like 5 people that are like, this is all I'm going to do for the next 24 hours. I'm going to level my guild. No one can stop me, or something. I think that the systems that just aren't in there that they talk about or tease could also help balance between big and small.
Yeah. I wanted to offer something, if you guys don't mind, maybe foregoing the follow-up questions. I know we have about 3 to 4 minutes left before the next thing. I kind of wanted to offer adjusting over to maybe chatting about what's currently happening on PTR, because this is the one summit I'm doing that has an ongoing PTR change while we're talking about it. So if you guys wanted to, I know that TideTactics had a couple of points that he wanted to bring up with today's PTR update specifically. But I wanted to bring that to a vote for you guys first.
I'm fine with talking about it.
I'm down with talking about it too. It's been a lot of good changes.
All right,
and
cool.
Also, additionally, just to toss it out there, if nobody has any time limits they need to get away and run away for, we could absolutely extend this by a good 5-10 minutes or something, just to get a good discussion out of that piece too. But it's totally up to you, and if anybody has any time commitments, it's totally understandable.
Zenga Kukatsu, I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I'm just gonna call you Zenga. Zenga, so PTR things are not visual. They're under visual NDA, but we can talk about it. So anything that we see, we can discuss our thoughts and feelings on it, etc. You just can't show off anything that's been posted visually or in the game visually. So, go ahead.
Well, one of the biggest changes that affects like artisans, like as of right this moment, that I think everyone here is going to be, hopefully, a lot of us from our respective like artisan cores will make sure to go on to the Ashes Discord and talk about it, because they've removed the artisan commission boards from both of the starting hubs. So you can't even do the artisan commission quests anymore. There's only the adventures there now.
Nope, they re-added it. They re-added in the gathering commissions.
Huh?
Yep.
They're not in there. I just checked. I'm in the PTR right now looking at it. There's only the adventure ones.
Which town are you in? Because when we were looking,
I'm in Briarmore.
Okay. It may be at a different location, because when I was on the Anvil side, they have the 2 different crafting zones as well. You have the initial starting area one, and then you have
I checked Briar. Yeah, I checked Briar and the other one. Both of them don't have it. Yep, Samia's doesn't have it either. Both of them got removed.
Yeah, and I'm reading this directly from MEPS's update. Remove starter commodity crafting station and vendor from Anvil Artisan POIs as well. Removed requires certificate tag from seeds on vendor farming, and removes commodity vendor from Caravansary. Those are the things that they removed.
Mm-hmm. They also give you uncommon tools now for finishing the starting quest.
So not the crude, but they give you the next level up, right?
Is it uncommon novice?
It's uncommon novice.
So really,
they give you a full set of uncommon novice now.
Well, one of the complaints that one of the major complaints that people had with the previous 1 through 9 testing that they were trying to have us focus on is that the tools came too late in the in the quest chain. So it makes sense that they did that. It's weird that they did novice instead of crude, though.
It's very weird.
Starting with positives, I like how fishing's coming along. I think it's a 1-for-1 of Arcade. I think everyone wanted that. Everyone's gonna enjoy it. But Harbingers as well. Harbingers, I don't think they're ready yet. 100%, I don't think they're ready yet. But I don't think they need to be ready for they can have some time to kind of that's meant to be the super in-game content. They're coming along nicely. They can work on them still, kind of even after we get into early access. The place that I think we're at probably at the weakest right now is that early game 1 through 9 new player experience. It is a mess right now. All 4 paths, no matter Anvils and Riverlands, it's a gigantic mess right now. And if we get in and it's gonna be it's gonna be a major fucking meltdown, and it's one of the major fucking things people are gonna be negative reviews on. And major thing, I think that it needs to be delayed because of this.
Having done all 4 paths, I can tell you that Lion's Hold is by far the hardest to get to your novice tools. Samia's was probably the fastest. And then Hammer was probably my most upsetting.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bonfire was probably the most quest and return satisfying that there was.
Thursday, the tools were just on the ground in the starting zone for the anvils. Is that
they took those out? They took those out.
They did. That's been confirmed, as of yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those are gone.
Which is weird. Go ahead.
I would just question with the difference between the two. Are they trying to implement more the identity of being 2 different areas?
Yes.
Even within the Riverlands, Samia's is different than Lion's Hold. Is that what maybe they're trying to achieve? I don't know. I haven't touched the PTR, so
I do know for some other context that for those that are watching this who are new to Ashes, they had a lot of issues with the queuing system and getting people out of the starting zones. And so some of the theories that we have is that this new adjustment to getting out of the starter zones, getting your artisan stuff in Briarmore and all of the other places, is to get you out of those queuing areas so that it frees up the queue for more people to get in behind you. And part of what's being chatted about in chat right now is the movement of those artisanship boards also does that.
Well, here's the thing: is I think you're right. That is the intention behind it. Like why you have this linear thing, but they go about it the wrong. Just the Goblin Quest alone is going to create a gigantic bottleneck right next to the fucking portal, and there's a bunch of. Sorry, you want to go ahead, Erwin?
Oh, I was saying fact.
Oh yeah, fact. So it's going to create a giant bottleneck. You're going to be in queue. That's going to eat up your 2 hours, and you're not going to be able to refund off of Steam. If that's something you're concerned about. And then they make you go back to Samia's Hope and Lionhold repeatedly. It is a constant back and forth. with that quest chain. Like with at least with the anvils, you are going down the tunnel still and further and further away from the starting area. Riverlands, not at all. Like Riverlands is like, and all 4 paths are very disappointing right now. Like I'm not happy with the 1 through 9 at all right now.
Like even just with the Lionhold one, you're gated on your gathering tools by a single mob that spawns. You can group up in a raid to have everyone get credit for it. Thankful for that, but you're still having to wait and hope that your raid gets the tag on this mob before you can proceed with the quest.
Mm-hmm.
And then also on that side, Sammy's was like, I think Strauss timed it, is what I saw. He said 5 minutes. That has to be the Sammy's, because I was level 1 to 3 in 5 minutes, and I was like, wow, that was. And I have tools, and I'm over here like thinking of Oracle, who's one of our guildies. He's like, he's trying this level with gathering only quest. It's
my
crazy.
Accidental
challenge.
But here's the thing: it's like someone said, Bastilia said there's now 4 or 5 spawn locations. Even if it's 4 or 5 spawn locations, 4 or 5, when you have thousands of people rushing in on day 1 kind of thing, all trying to do the same quest, if it's still a 2-minute timer, you're still gonna have it's still a gigantic bottleneck.
And then so on top of that, you have restrictions now. So now that you've chosen the Lionhold side, you can't backtrack and go to the Sammy's side. So it's either make a new character, risk getting reset back in line, or wait for this mob and, presumably eat up, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, however long it takes for you to get that tag out of, 40 and 1,000 or multiple thousands of players trying to grab this same target at the same time.
Also,
so to start off with, I don't actually play the PTR. It annoys me, and like the amount of changes that happen so quick and everything like that. So like even like part of the reason why I don't play it is because I know by the time we get to launch, something's going to be different than what we're all talking about right now. And so like I'm like, does it really matter? I got to play the game when the game comes out, on the 11th, because like all of this stuff, all this prep, it's probably going to be gone tomorrow. It's going to be something different tomorrow. And I'm a very min-max kind of person, but just the PTR, I cannot do it. And so like all this stuff, like
the prep. The thing is, it just gives enough, because the thing is, sometimes they violently swing stuff, and at least seeing the violent swing beforehand tends to give you at least enough to pre-plan.
Block
and the thing is, like with them taking out the commission boards in Samia and Briarmore for the Artisan, that kind of screws Artisanship really hard early on.
Commissions were never that rewarding anyway. Like commissions have been
they were good for getting those the 25% EXP scrolls. So when you complete a bunch of artisan quests all at once and you pop that 25% artisanship, 25% adventure EXP scroll, that's a lot. That was a lot of extra.
I call that commission bombing.
It's commission bombing. Yeah.
One more thing about like the 1 through 9 when it comes to like the crafting and stuff like that, they have it now to where like instead of having it how Sweaty Your Brow had to where like, oh, you have these really quick trash resources that you can kind of gather and do that stuff. Now they took out Sweaty Your Brow, and now you have to go out and actually like farm the resources. So now like now you have it to where like, oh, everyone strip mined the entire like starting area of all its resources. You have to go further and further out.
That's just a 30-second. Go ahead.
Yeah. Comment on that.
I feel like the PTR is just them throwing things out and be like, "Do we like this? Everybody cool? Oh, we're not cool with this. All right, let me fix that. Hold on. Hold on.
Fine.
In my opinion, it should be.
That's what it should be. That's what it should be. But like we have a week. Well, we only have a week left. We have a few days left before it goes early access.
Yeah, we needed a month ago, not yesterday.
Yeah. Exactly.
Honestly, my final thoughts on the PTR is that I would love to see a group of live people in the testing voice chat for PTR and then have a sit down with the devs after. Then you can just chat about all of your frustrations and excitements about whatever you just tested, and that gives them the feedback a lot quicker. I get like the feedback posts are very helpful for that too, but it just gives them a good consensus based off of who's a vocal group present. what like a temperature check would be for that.
And they do that sometimes, and I think people love it when they do that. Sorry, Bouncer, you were trying to talk.
Yeah, they did that last week with Jacob when the dedicated testing. Afterwards, after we did the PvP and a couple of other things, he actually sat down and talked to us about it, and I got my questions out on time and was answered. It was pretty cool.
It's like Planador sat down with us, and I even like directly asked me to come join a conversation a couple times. Where, hell yeah, I'll join a conversation. What do you want to know?
It's great when they do that. It's great. Like, I think that's when the community feels the best about like when getting their feedback to the devs, but it just doesn't happen that frequently.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they're everywhere. They're secretly here watching this, and then they'll take this feedback. I can only hope.
They are everywhere. I swear they're everywhere.
We had we had Slurp. I haven't seen anybody else, but I bet you they're
Always
watching.
listening.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I really hope that they are there because I have a bunch of new guildies that are new artisans that's typically how I go about teaching, is being like, hey, when you start your artisanship, these quests help you focus in. There's certain stuff you should get rid of, certain things you should hold on to. But this is how you level up nice and cleanly. You can stay safe because a lot of them are very PvP not interested. I guess everyone knows how it is to be an artisan at the very beginning. It's a little scary when you appear that, I can get my stuff taken if I'm not paying attention.
Well, there's one thing that's been consistent about.
Just to toss us out real quick, we're going to be wrapping up probably in about the next 1 minute. So if you have a couple last things to close out with this here, just get them in quick, and then we'll do some closeout talk.
It's the perfect thing to say that out of every single QA, moderator, any programmers, lead designers, they've all said the same thing, is that our community, the Ashes community, is by far the best they've ever worked with.
Awesome. I love to hear it. So everybody, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for hanging out. Here in just a moment, we're going to let these wonderful folks who joined us, all these wonderful opinions, thoughts, and ideas that came out of them. They do need a little bit to close out their own statements, send their own little adverts out for their services. If maybe they're providing services, I don't know. Maybe they're just in a guild and they want to advertise the guild. But if you like content like this, please check it out. Check us out on our Discord. We always have one of these every quarter, not this one specifically. I think we've only retouched on the same topic when it comes to summits a couple times now. Usually we rotate out. So once a quarter we'll be doing these. Every Tuesday we do Tavern Talk, which is something similar but to a smaller scale. We get previous guests who have joined us to come on, hop on in the Discord. Some longtime friends of the tavern will join us sometimes and just hop in voice, and we shoot the breeze for a good 3 hours or so. So please do feel free to check us out there. Which, by the way, all of you in here right now, you are absolutely, please, welcome to stop on by. Just knock on our door any Tuesday. Usually kick it off around 9 p.m. Eastern. So about an hour from now on Tuesdays. We run about till midnight. You can pop in, pop out as you wish. You want to come in for 5 minutes? Come in for 5 minutes. An hour? Cool.
Also, the YouTube video link I put in the chat is our link to our whole entire quarterly summits playlist, which is where all of our other summits are. So if you want to check out our other summits, that's a great place to do it.
True story.
All right, so with that, you guys have all been super amazing. So I'm going to take us, should we go in reverse order this time since we introduced in alphabetical order?
Yeah, that works.
All right, so Yokai, you'll start us off with doing your closing, whatever you want to plug. And just be mindful of sharing the space. So go for it.
Yokai Theater again. I'm a small content creator, now an official content creator. And I do a podcast every Sunday at around 2 o'clock CST called Discussion Round. Have people come on. Been doing that for about 8 years now. I'm a member of Polar, so if you're looking for a guild, Polar is always welcoming. Big guild, really focused on Asher creation. So that's about it, really and truthfully.
All right, Tide.
Awesome.
I'm TideTactics again. I'm the production chief for Axiom. We are a PVX focused guild, though my specific area of focus is logistics and helping crafters become better at what they do. I also stream and will be streaming at my channel TideTactics on Twitch at the start of EA. I was so happy to be a part of this. This was so much fun. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me.
SirJunior.
I would like to thank you guys for having me. This is a blast. Initially, when I signed up, I thought this was an in-game event. I had to scramble last minute. I'm like, oh, I have to speak? Okay, let's do it. If you see my shop in game, don't be afraid to message me on Discord or just whisper me. I will sell things at a discount. My prices are not final. Those are just for the rich people that play the game and don't want to negotiate. And that's basically it. My name is SirJunior, and until next time, I salute you.
Space.
I'm SpaceCoconut. I just make videos every once in a while when something I need to say comes out, and I say it. I do plan on streaming eventually, but the PTR isn't really the place for that. But someday. This was a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed this, and I really enjoyed talking with everybody about the Artisan stuff. So it was really nice, and I'm glad that you had me.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for joining us. Pawkets.
I am Pawkets in game. I'm part of Suspect.
Okay, next.
Wow.
I am the Artisan lead. We do have a very solid. We have people in our guild that actually build different websites to help us make our stuff really streamlined and solid. If you guys need stuff that is artisan done, reach out to me. If I don't know how to get it, I'll know somebody who does. I also am a streamer. I am a part of the content creator program as well. Pawkets art on Twitch, and I try and do YouTube stuff. I just don't, and then I build things. So
Fair.
Make some good stuff.
Idunn.
Or Ashes Guild related. I am a part of Aetereon. They're great people. You gonna hang out with us? Please come out. I'm not the artisan lead, but I'm happy they let me be here, being new to MMOs. And thank you all for sitting down and having this talk. It's been great, and I've learned a lot, even from everybody in chat. Outside of Ashes, you can catch me at Twitch at smallbeanmlu. I have a YouTube as well. I normally don't play Ashes. I play other cute games, and I also do art. So if you liked my VTuber, I did it myself. I also did
Yay.
Aetereon's Guild logo. So yeah.
And if you join, she has a fish of her husband that opens
hold
his
on.
mouth and talks. It's
got
pretty
it.
love
awesome.
that. I love that so much.
Oh, it's behind the tankard. There we go.
There we go. There he is.
That's so cool.
Erwin.
I'm to the Win, Erwin. I also go by Trick in the game. I had to go with Trick, because I was doing rogue things, tricky rogue things. I was streaming for a while on Twitch. I plan on picking it back up more than likely for the evenings after the 11th, but I had to get a job, so that part sucks.
Nobody
But,
does that anymore.
I'm the artisan lead in the guild called Nexus. We're a small community, having good times everywhere. Chibi and Vertec are patrons of the guild as well, just as I'm the patron of the tavern. So, but if we can get you in there, if you mesh with us, if you like it, we're more than happy to have you. Bunch of just good group of gamers, good group of friends that just like to get down. We do a little bit of everything, PvP. We do a little bit of crafting. We do a lot of just adventuring fun. So come join us.
Yeah, absolutely. And last but certainly not least,
The Bouncer.
Hi, I'm Bounce. I'm with Aura. We do Aura things. Come hang out with us at discord.gg, Aura Guild. That's it.
Heck yeah. Enough said. Mic drop. Walk
Short
away.
and sweet. I like it.
And we are TB and Vertec. If you like this kind of content, like Vertec mentioned earlier, we have our own stuff that we do on the quarterly. Otherwise, we have our weekly tavern talks on Tuesdays and our monthly interview with our podcast guests from the community. And we have our stuff kind of lined up all the way until February. So I'll let you guys know soon when we open those again. But we are expanding out of just Ash's stuff, but that's not something to worry about right now. We'll be get like announcements out there for that soon. But yeah, we hope you like this, and we hope to see you in game. If you see us, say hi. We love to take photos with people that we say hi to, see in game. So, But Vertec, I'll head it on over to you.
All right, and yeah, we're gonna be heading over to visit Sir Dusty here. And until then, though, I would like to say that your folks, you spent your time here. It's the most valuable resource you have. Speaking of artisans, it's the toughest thing to get a hold of, right? You get time, you earn it once, you pay it once, it's gone forever. You spent your time here, so we really hope it was worth their time. We hope it was worth your while. We hope you got value out of it. If not, sorry, we don't offer refunds. But you know,
But we can give you a receipt.
All right, everybody. Have yourselves a great day. We'll catch you on next time. Bye.
Catch you next time.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bad timing for Crispy.